Hello. I emerge from the depths of very Schrödinger-like possible non-existence or alternative existence to exist once again, perhaps, with a slightly more certainty, even though that is still defined in its majority, I think, by not perception alone, but by judgment inspired by perception. But anyway, to put that in summarized terms, I'm here, and I'm alive. I also forgot to update a few things right before I started, but what else is new? What is surprising at this point? When it comes to me and doing stuff like that. But yes, hello friend. And hello anybody who may be present as I switch over to this screen, because why not? Probably a good idea to have something that indicates that something may or may not be happening, rather than something that indicates with a bit more certainty that something probably isn't happening. If I'm not mistaken, but yes. I had the idea that maybe, just maybe, I was gonna try to do something a little bit earlier than usual today, because today is, well, not because today is Tuesday, which I was trying to remember if it is or not. Yes, it is. And I guess it would be more fitting to say even though today is Tuesday. And in a way, I guess you might say that the fact that today is Tuesday and not Wednesday, where it would make a little bit more sense as per something that I probably mentioned in the past. On Wednesday, it would probably make more sense for me to actually make an effort to do things a little bit earlier. At least a little bit more than I could on Tuesday, so I suppose that's, you know, once again, in summarized terms, what I'm trying to say is that that's my excuse. But I suppose I'm trying to say I didn't begin that sentence with that explicit intention, but that's just kind of what it turned into, and because it doesn't really contradict my mentality right now, I figure I might as well roll with it. But speaking of rolling with things, and speaking of trying to get things done, which I don't know if I actually mentioned before now, but I'm doing it now, because why not? Let me see if I can get some of all the... Now this is a loud track. I actually had my volume turned down a little bit lower than usual, and I thought it sounded a little bit loud. But yes. Oh, it reminds me I should probably do one more thing, but yeah. See if we can guess a little bit of VGM today before going into the... the video game. Trying to like have two lines of thought here, so I'm trying to keep track of what I said a few moments ago, which I completely replaced with something else in my brain, but hey. That could be an interesting exercise, I suppose. I feel very concerned with the fact that it seems very... like a very contradictory thing. A very counterintuitive thing. Something that no sane person would actively want to try. Without good reason, but hey. I suppose that putting it that way also kind of summarizes why that's happening in the first place, doesn't it? It leaves the state of the situation in a very clear state. Yes, I should probably try to do the thing that I literally put up stuff up for, and not even lend a single word to acknowledgement to the fact that this is another one of the tracks that I recently added onto this this here playlist. Something kind of funny is that I vaguely recall. Oh shit! I just closed my phone. Hello. So I thought that I wasn't going to be using it right now, and I guess I was kind of right about that, but using it in just, like, hopefully less than many more minutes, I would think, I would hope. But something else that I just thought that might be a good idea to acknowledge in light of that, and which is actually pretty promptly or pretty neatly tied into that little alert there. Thank you, Agadar, for 9 months of subscription. Or resubbing right now. Enjoy your Bob, which will, with any luck, be joined in by a number of other emotes quite soon. Enjoy your noads and enjoy your increased channel points, and welcome. But yeah, it's probably... Well, I need to actually look at this, come on. I'm getting very distracted, okay. This, and another edition. Let's see if I can go here. Oh wow, it's literally the only set of subfolders. What are these though? Literally have no idea. I'm doing some dark sorcery off screen, I'm sorry. Just trying to figure out exactly what how this works. Okay, let me try a little bit of an experiment. I'm gonna fade this out real quick, and I'm gonna try to open one of the files in the folder that I've just located over here. Let's see. So let's say, for instance, I do this, and I say open this with... What happens if I just double click? Literally what happens? Okay. Wait, WMA? I don't have a default association for WMA? Okay. I was not aware of that, but yeah. But yeah, public service announcement. If anyone has the PC version of the Castlevania Advance Collection, which I'm pretty sure I also mentioned yesterday when I streamed. There is actually a full folder of apparently the full soundtracks of the game that you can access within the install directory, and they're fairly high quality, as you can tell, at least as far as the, I guess, kind of sources files that you would hear for Game Boy Advance games would be. But I think I was actually playing around with the sound test and that thing some time back, and there was one track from Harmony of Dissonance, which is what I'm going through now, that struck me as, yeah, this one. This one, I want to say, definitely sounds much higher quality than the in-game version. It's the credit scene from that game. Maybe I should have this one and a few others, but I feel like... I guess I'm just gonna acknowledge this now. Just gonna keep it open to kind of have that reminder for myself. But I will actually muck about and add that to like my iTunes library and what have you later. But yeah, there you go. This is a thing that exists. Much like, I guess, All of Cinder exists. I'll go ahead and fade that in real quick so that I can play in the background. Well, I get this ready real quick. After we had Smash Ultimate tracks, a bunch got deleted. Yeah, I think I saw that. I didn't see a whole lot of that, but I think I noticed by coincidence that apparently a bunch of... Well, I guess I assumed that a bunch of Smash Ultimate tracks had to have gotten made unavailable because one big channel that was like a source for them, 31 Horas Music or something. I guess I got hit with... I don't know if the channel itself is still there, but like some of the pages that I saw that had Smash Ultimate videos from that apparently have disappeared. And I noticed by coincidence because one Smash Ultimate Castlevania remix that I used for a Castlevania guessing game playlist from some time back wasn't there anymore. Even though I didn't say, like, it shows up on the playlist page that I made, not on the, what's it called? It shows up, like, still as if it were normal, but not as a video unavailable thing, which is what the other things that had gotten taken down look like, but if you go to the page it just says that it's unavailable. Speaking of which, other stuff that got taken down apparently, I mean, this has nothing to do with the chase, but from the very same playlist, apparently an upload of standalone tracks from Castlevania Patches Lot 3 and from Grimoire of Souls, which, to be fair, have some not bad music remixes in them, independently of the quality of the games themselves. Apparently those got taken down, so that kind of stinks, but oh well. It's not a huge deal. But anyway, speaking of music, let's see if I can actually get this started. Instead of just yakking about it all day. Well, all day I say, at 7:53 PM. At a time of year when even here, even though I want to say that not even that long ago. I mean, not even that long ago. Probably pretty long ago, almost a decade ago now that I think about it. I used to think that it was weird that in other parts of the world that are farther away from the equator in winter, like by 6 PM it was already dark, and I was kind of thinking, man, it sure would be neat if that happened back home, and I noticed that it's literally happening here now, so I don't know if something changed or if it's always been that way and I just never noticed. Anyway. Anyway, what the fuck am I trying to do? I'm trying to play video game music, so whatever 5 tracks, unless I have to skip them, but hopefully not. I'll play after this one. BGM, each one will play for about a minute and can be guessed. And speaking of Dark Souls, I guess, since you say, yeah, I've been practicing Dark Souls, I think, let me do a quick thing to check, because I think, yeah, I find it very weird that out of the Dark Souls tracks, Dark Souls 3 tracks specifically, they have Dancer of the Boreal Valley. And I guess mainly Dancer and Firelink Shrine too. It's like, those are very muted tracks. Versus something like, that I would actually enjoy, like something that I may have even talked about less than a day ago and I just forgot, but Twin Princess and Sister Frida. Pretty good tracks. But anyway, time to actually... Yeah, I could just let this play for another 30 seconds and then it would actually skip by itself, but now time to actually go ahead and do this by myself. Ooh. Well, this is pretty timely. Time to see if anyone's voted for Neo 2 yet on the Chase Discord, other than literally the person that I'm making a trade for that game. Oh goodness. Nope. I'm pretty sure that literally nobody has voted on Neo 2 so far except me and Sheridan because I got the trade going with the Neverhood. That kinda stinks. Maybe if we would actually play during pregame, maybe more people would be able to hear what that music sounds like. No, the Symphony of the Night, the Tragic Prince. It's a bit of a... It's became a bit of a meme track because of something that happens in Chase 200, I'm pretty sure. In the Chase. But also just pretty simple to recognize, I think. Like, I think some people apparently have some trouble with Bloodstained, specifically one of the tracks that got put in with, like with the samples that HB put in. One of those tracks was Intro Glory, which, like this one, has like a very, like a slower and more subdued beginning, and then it kicks in after a few seconds into the main part of the melody. And apparently people have some trouble deferring the intro from the main part of it, for that track at least. I'm not sure to what extent that's still true on this one. What to them I say, good, I guess. Castlevania soundtracks at least. Yeah. That was Schuster. For some reason I thought that was someone else that did the Tragic Prince, like Skin Prince. That would actually make sense. Or Skin Prince. I'm not sure exactly how I'm supposed to say that. But yeah, it's been well over a minute. And loath as I am to skip anything from this, I might as well go for it. Let's see. What's next? Ooh. Another track that I would be able to tell within seconds. Within 3 seconds, at least, I want to say. That's probably a good prospect. Also, literally one of the only two SNES games that I ever owned in physical. Along with Sky Blazer. Something that will be doubtful to change considering the circumstances, but well. I mean, I say that even though, man, it's almost gonna be Christmas again. It just hit me that it's literally Christmas in a month, and there is one thing that I wanted to buy myself for Christmas probably this year. I guess I'll have to take a look at that and see if it's gotten any, if it has changed, the price point for the thing that I'm thinking of has changed at all. I just mess around in Mario Paint and play the Fly Swatter game a lot, yeah. I think the Fly Swatter game is what I remember my cousins liking to play the most in this game when I was a kid. I would actually like to mess around with the other stuff as well, but yeah. I could probably just, even if I were to go back to the Fly Swatter game now, it would probably suck as much as I did before. I feel like I never really got enough practice in that game to get good at it. Oh well, go ahead and hop on, because this one is about 4.5 minutes long apparently, and I'm not even entirely certain if it just like keeps on adding different parts to the melody. So hey. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but it does seem to be tracks that I would be able to, all tracks that I would be able to get within 3 seconds so far. This is actually probably especially poignant considering what I'm going to be playing in just a little bit. Time to check something. Did this come out probably before Chrono Cross, right? Because Chrono Cross came out in 1999. It's really the only one that doesn't show up here. There. This one came out in 2000. Okay, never mind. Came out after. And yet again that I mean, if I remember, I played pretty much the entirety of this game by myself, and then back when the live stream things, which I don't just mean a live stream, I mean the site that was literally called Livestream. I would sometimes do like, that probably doesn't even exist anymore, or at least not in the same way that it did before. There's apparently a livestream.com that's apparently a Vimeo site. What the fuck is going on here? I would sometimes go on there and like show TV stuff and what have you, and stuff that had nothing to do with games back in a few years ago. Not really back in the day, just a few years ago. And I remember one of those times I streamed the very end of Final Fantasy IX on there. I wonder what happened to that. I probably still have it somewhere since those were really like super low bitrate streams, so I actually kept a physical archive of them. A local archive. And yeah, it's that over the hill or crossing those hills, whatever it may be. Possibly FF9 and Chrono Cross are getting remakes. Yeah, apparently. I haven't really looked at those like news items in any kind of actual detail, but it seems to be something that's been brought up recently. Don't know how much, like how credible that would be though. Getting into that, like if people are just assuming that it's definitely a thing, or if it's gonna be another Demon's Souls on PC kind of goof. But yeah, well, it's that. Let that whole, pretty much that whole thing play. I did skip it at the end, but I hope that doesn't turn out to be one of the tracks that makes the Square Enix copyright bots trigger happy. I hope the music is as good. I don't know. I mean, if they're gonna be like full-on remakes, like in the vein of FF7 remake, I would assume that it would be probably, I mean, if it's under Square Enix, probably at least as different as that one was from the original. I don't know. F-Zero GX Guitar Sand Ocean, I think. Yeah, probably. It did take me a second because I haven't heard this song in a really long time, but it did hit me because I had practiced it before. It was F-Zero GX. Couldn't remember the name of the track immediately though, but it's probably that. And kind of predictably, I think that there's also a good chunk of F-Zero GX stuff that's popular that is also stuff that I don't know. Like something to do with a slot machine or casino or something. Shotgun Kiss, something like that. I have no idea what that sounds like, but apparently that's one that people know. But what else is new? Right, let's see. This has been, and yeah, it's that 8 Guitar Sand Ocean. And this has been track number 4, so just one more after this one. The only track from F-Zero GX that I've heard, I won't say because of the chase, but that's a bit redundant since literally all F-Zero GX tracks that I've heard are because of the chase. And the one that kind of stuck with me a bit more was the Phoenix theme. But anyway, let's go ahead and see what the last one is here. Ooh. Well, it's something that I don't think I would be able to get. But I'm sure I'm about to find out what it is. Is it number 3? I feel like if I had to get a number for this, it would have to be 3, and apparently I guessed 3 correctly. Oh goodness. I had some pizza before I did this. So I'm probably gonna be hitting the mic toggle a few times here and there, but yeah. Mega Man 3 Top Man, well, I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and look. It's not really any grand stake. Mega Man 3 Top Man stage, you know, I vaguely remember that once upon a time, several years back. I'm trying to remember, like, around what time it would have been. I don't even know. I would say 2015, but probably even before that. Just a good chunk of years back. I was in like a Skype group back when that was a thing still. And I think some people from there wanted to do like kind of ironically enough some blind races of some games that are pretty much in the wheelhouse of stuff from the chase that I decried today. And the one that I actually played and won, and is literally the only reason that I know anything at all, I suppose, from quote-unquote first-hand experience from that series at this point, was Sonic 2. But the other one was Mega Man 3, which I just completely failed to make any kind of a headway in at all, so I just kind of stopped before I even did anything. And that is my experience with Mega Man 3. I mean, maybe at some point I would go back to it in the Mega Man, what's it called? The thing that I literally have on Steam, Legacy Collection? Yeah, that's it. Which I apparently have not touched since January this year, in which I made a very cheaty playthrough of Mega Man 1 with rewinding and what have you, but that's probably the only way that I'm gonna be able to get through the rest of these, honestly. If I ever try to go back to that. At least anything that came out before Super NES, I would imagine. When I was a kid, so it's all pre-chase nostalgia, yeah. I mean, my pre-chase nostalgia is stuff like Kirkhope. Stuff that apparently other people just find it very difficult to identify, but I just have a lot of... Oh, by the way, this is the extra track, I suppose. It's Dalsim from Street Fighter 2 Vanilla. For some reason, whenever I hear any of the Dalsim themes that are in the chase, I have a hard time trying to figure out if they're from actual Street Fighter 3 or 2, I mean, or if they're from one of the other groups that I like the Marvel crossovers. I'm pretty sure there's also like a Dalsim theme from like Marvel vs. Street Fighter in the chase, but oh well. But I think with that, I'm just gonna go ahead and switch the category to the thing and try to figure out if this thing that I didn't really test at all before I started, even though I probably should have, is gonna work. I mean, I assume that it will. Let me go ahead and, I suppose, figure this out so that I can momentarily bring back the playlist thing that I had, which is Trauma Team. Game that I have on my chase wish list, and which I suppose that might be considered slightly ironic by some, would definitely support over any kind of persona to be put into a chase. Persona or SMT for that matter. What you talking about? Just give me Trauma Center instead. At least I've played those games. Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter Dalsim sounds so weird. I can't remember like exactly what it sounds like right now. Probably could have looked it up, but oh well. Let me see. If I open this and this thing that I've got in my hand right now just works, then that's a good sign. Oh jeez, that's a massive window. I'm guessing the... Oh goodness. And the reason this window is so massive is because I was... Ooh, no, it's tiny now. 4x? Yeah, 4x will do. Guessing the reason it was huge like that, which you can't see at all, so it's a moot point just relaying it through. My narration has to do with the fact that I was playing Metroid Fusion on this thing before. And apparently I guess I was doing it for a couple of different reasons. It was because I wanted to replay it before I played Metroid Dread for the first time. And also maybe to get some retro achievements, but that second purpose was kind of defeated by the fact that I didn't realize that I was not logged into retro achievements for most of that playthrough, so well. Let's see if this works. I would hope that it does. Oh, speaking of retro achievements not being logged in, I literally am not logged into the thing right now, so let me... Before I actually try to show you what this looks like, let's see if I can fix that. Yeah, no achievements display because the login for some reason likes to just wipe itself, I guess, sometimes. For no reason whatsoever. How do I do this then? Achievements? Here we go. That's my username. Why are you so forgetful about my password though? That's crazy. I wonder if that's on purpose. I guess that would make some degree of sense. Okay, let's try this again. Say this. Okay. I think we're good now. Time to fade out the freaking 8-bit Sherlock Holmes music and see if I can get this thing to show up. Shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. There we go. I am honestly more than a little bit paranoid about like getting to the end of this game at this point because of the experience that I had with Parasite Eve on this same maybe later, because that's also a game with 2 discs, and apparently it had a bit of an existence problems when it came to trying to successfully make a save after accessing the second disc and have it remain in existence. So I guess I'm gonna have to, like, whenever the disc switching happens, right now I assume that there would be no problem, but whenever the disc switching happens, which I assume it will, this one, I guess I'm gonna have to rely on paranoia save states as well as the regular saves before I confirm whether or not the regular saves are actually gonna work like they're supposed to, but okay, here we are. But yeah, previously on Chrono Cross, can I even remember how to fill in that blank? How to continue that phrase? Because let's see. I think we went someplace to find some kind of special item to make ourselves not die in lava, because we have to go through these lava caves in order to make it to like some kind of hidden fortress, because the evil cat person that... I think it's this, yeah, the guy's breath. The evil cat person that we are apparently fighting, and a bunch of other people went to this fortress in the middle of this like volcanic valley. And we have to go through Mount Pyre to I guess get to where they are and stop them from doing what they will. I don't remember exactly for what reason or if one was given at all, but I get the feeling we're gonna have to deal with this boyo here. Maybe not. I think I vaguely remember doing like an encounter in this part before I stopped. Let's see if I can even... I'll just try to challenge this guy to see if I can remember how the battle system works at all. That might be a bit of a tall order, but okay, so we got 2 boys here. Got big fiery demon over here. What's your name? It's literally Lava Boy. Okay. And Cat Burglar. Okay, so if I remember, you do regular attacks first to build up like your elemental charge. I guess we'll attack this guy first. And after you build up your elemental charge, you can do some fancier shit. I guess I'm gonna try that now. We can also check like what element the enemies have, like they both have red element, which I guess makes sense because we're in some kind of spooky volcanic area, so we probably want to swap that out for, I suppose, blue element. Let's see what we got. Johnny got Cure, he also has Aqua Beam though. I'll give that a try. And right now we have Kid and Fortune. I think Kid has mostly red element stuff actually, so I don't know if this is going to be a very practical approach to try and... Oh well, she can just rely on physical attack too, I guess. I mean, does she have anything that... Yeah, she does, but only at level 1. What is that? Aqua Ball -2. I mean, might as well try that. Just go for that and use it against this dude, who's probably also gonna be weak against blue stuff. Okay. Korcha is also red element? I don't think he is, surely. Actually, I don't remember. Shoot. And I thought maybe I could, like, target my own party to find out, but I suppose not. Might just have to check that in the menu after this is over, but... It seems to me that I'm doing a lot of damage just with regular attacks, at least to that guy. I'd like to assume that this means that I don't have to worry about my loadout or anything like that soon, but... I didn't even take a hit there, because the enemies didn't get to do shit, but... I don't know if I can expect that to remain the case. I don't quite remember that being the case before. Okay, so Korcha has innate blue elements, and Surge has white. Nadia Kid has red, so she has mostly red stuff. I guess it'll be a ramp. Okay, let's try that again. That's what I would say. So I think I actually fought that dude on the left side over a month ago when I want to say almost 2 months ago now actually, when I played this last. Oh shit. It's these two guys. And I kind of lost my train of thought of what I was saying before, but I'm sure that's gonna be fine. I think these guys had yellow element though. And we did have the other big dude for backup last time we fought. This time I shall not be beaten. Blow them to pieces with one of those powerful elements you bought me, Pepper. Well, one of those summoning elements. I just remember that I lost the summoning element I had with me. However, actually, doesn't that... I think that reminds me that I think I had some kind of summoning element too, but I don't remember who I had done at all. And there was some kind of special condition for it too. And tell me you dropped it or your dog ate it or some other stupid excuse like that. I'm not that stupidly stupid, you know. If you must know, the centipede monster in the Hydra Marshes stole it from me. And I was enjoying that exciting expedition in the marshes up till then too. I don't mean he picked my pockets or anything like that. He took it from me by laying a trap element in which my element got caught. And apparently he didn't know what that is, and we're just gonna get a live explanation of this now. I'll lay a trap in front of you and then get you to use one of your special elements. Okay, I don't think anything like a trap element has been introduced in the gameplay that I've seen so far though. See how I took your element there, Pepper. Is a trap element designed exclusively to capture black hole elements. Wait, so it has to be tailored to a specific type of element? Does that mean a specific color, or...? So you can give me back my black hole element now? Well, can't give it back to you. Can't that element back again unless another monster is silly enough to have its element captured. Oh well. Can you not do that? Oh, you can't use an element until you've equipped it properly, so you literally can't, yeah, use it. It's something that you captured during a battle. Well... Tell you always have to be so damn stupid. And we actually have to fight now, well, maybe they're just gonna take care of all that for us instead. I mean, maybe not. But yeah, I actually don't quite remember what element is supposed to be like the opposite of the yellow element. Like all the colors have, I guess it must be green. Because I think red and blue are opposite to each other, and so are white and black, but I guess the other ones left over are green and yellow. Blue spatter, sure. Bujuba. I do not even remember what the name Bujuba actually relates to. It just happens to be something that I remembered spontaneously. Wait, let's see. I guess it's probably not a bad thing if we have a little bit more red at the field right now, but if we can just keep on using these, we'll go for it. Element opposites are black, white, red, blue, and green, yellow. Yeah. Also, hello, Retro. How's it going? Feeling these fellas aren't going to just keel over quite as readily as the last couple of enemies that I ran into, though. Oh, they just gotta keep doing that. Maybe that means that we should, Oh, I remember now. But sure, this is the summon element that I got, but I think if I remember the thing about it is that the whole field has to be blue in order for it to work. I think that's it. Maybe we could try to make the field blue now? I don't know. Just might as well give it a try. Let's try Ice Blast, I suppose. Just get the black element out of here. In case any of them try to do something funny, like use another black element thing on Surge. Let's see. What can you do? You also have a level 3 blue element, Curio. Now let's use one of these. That could be this guy. Maybe I can actually pull off the summon, even though I don't even know. Do you have any blue elements? Yes, you do. You have another rifle. Well, the thing is, the freaking... the guy who actually has a summon is just not able to attack right now, so... I'm sure he's gonna have to wait. Hope that literally none of these guys use any elemental attacks, so we'll wait for that to charge up. Wait a little bit more, because we're gonna need to charge it up even more. I guess they're not gonna use elemental attacks though. It's pretty generous of them. Alright. Well, there's only one guy left. Let's see what this does. I think this would technically be the first time that I see this. That's a lot of damage, but I suppose there's nothing more that could be expected given not just the nature of that attack, but the conditions just to be able to pull it off in the first place. Iron Vest and Shiny Dew. I'm guessing that might be better equipment for at least one of us. What do you have? Iron Mail. Iron Vest technically better than Iron Mail? I guess not. Does anyone have anything that isn't iron actually? No? I guess not. I guess we actually did use some iron for stuff before we came here. I vaguely remember doing something like that. But I guess we just have a little bit of extra iron now. Oh gee, I wonder which direction I should go in. I could pull off a big brain tactic there and completely go around that guy, but I guess not. I mean, it probably won't matter. If this is anything like the last random encounter that we had on here. Maybe not so much random encounter because of how getting into battle works in this game compared to, you know, actual random encounters, but... I guess the last normal enemy encounter is more what I mean. Single enemy burns in a pillar of flames. I mean, why not? I'm missing this guy. Kind of surprised that that guy ended up dying from that attack before even got to whatever the yeah, that the low health animation is. It's dead. Let's see what lies beyond. Get the feeling that I know what the bottom path there is gonna lead to, but maybe I'm not sure if I want to see what's on the far end of that right now. I mean, maybe I do, but... oh, this guy's literally already spawned. Seems like a very unfortunate circumstance. Let's see if I can just check out what's over here instead and maybe get the guy that's chasing me this entire time to stop. No? I guess not. I mean, it won't be a problem, probably, but still. I find it a little bit strange that they would chase you that far. At least I think these enemies are big enough that we can literally just spam my regular physicals and just finish them off that way without great fanfare. I don't need to be hugely strategic with moves or anything like that. And apparently they're not gonna do that either. Okay, hold on a moment. Honestly, that probably did work. Yeah, it did work. But it was found it a little bit strange that apparently the end of battle usage of stuff. Hold on a moment. This is still lava, right? Did I get hurt by that lava? I sure got hurt by that lava, yeah. I thought that the special super breath thing that I got. Okay, never mind. Did I just lock myself for being able to get this chest, by the way? Yeah, they got sent away. I did not consider that, but oh well. I mean, maybe it can remelt later. Or maybe that's just gone forever, but... I want to believe that if the latter is true, then surely it won't be a huge deal or anything. Another dog? That's another dog. I guess I could probably go back and check out what it is. What's over in the other direction? You know, I do get the feeling that I probably had to do that exact same thing that I did there. Like, actually use the item from the inventory to freeze the lava in the first room, but I probably did it when I played this last and I completely forgot that that had happened. I need to do it here too. Might as well just, I mean, I don't see anything that I can collect right away, so... there we go. I guess that guy's feet didn't freeze being partially submerged in the lava or anything though. And yeah, we're not in a great state, but with any luck we'll just be able to survive. And get searched to like max level. Elemental charge so that we can just completely heal up at the end of this. That probably won't be a problem. Just running through and over the lava taking damage. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I did it at least once at the beginning of this area because I probably wanted to just test to see what happened. But yeah, as soon as that happened, I just kind of figured that there would be a way to do that without having to eat the damage, since I think that you did that earlier in the game with the swamp water or something. I don't quite remember how that worked. There we go. Perfect. All perfectly calculated. Okay, hold on a moment. We can't go this way. I can't, like, climb over the minuscule climb that it would take to get up on that tunnel and actually go there. Interesting. But if we can go the other way, I guess the only other way we can't go right now. Oh shit. Well, I think that literally just went the exact opposite way of the way that I was expecting it to go. Because I thought the passageway on the left was going to connect directly to that one that I just fell down. Apparently I had it backwards. I mean, maybe that's gonna be like the other one. That passageway on the right, in the room with the actual branching paths that I couldn't access there. It's gonna be part of some shortcut to, I don't know, get from the far end of this place back to the entrance later, or something like that. But I don't know. Don't really have any way of figuring that right now. So I'm just letting it go to the back of my mind while I perform physical abuse on these dogs. They're literally called what? Hot doggity. I had not noticed that. Apparently thought myself too good to stop and read the monsters' names. I mean, how can you forget monster names like Hot Doggity and Lava Boy and Cat Burglar, and I think those are literally the only ones that we got into so far here, so... I wonder if this is the game that was Robert Rodriguez's inspiration for Lava Girl. Clearly it must have been. Yet nobody has ever made that joke before. I mean, I feel like Lava Boy from Chrono Cross might be an obscure enough thing that actually wouldn't be that surprising if nobody has made that joke before. Alright, time to actually get the fuck out of here, I guess, or try. Please get past that area. Yeah, I get the feeling that we're not going to be able to avoid confrontation with this guy unless we are. Actually reminds me a little bit the way that this one is running back and forth. Reminds me of the way that one of the rats that steals your ship is running back and forth in the first of the like ruined labs in the future areas in Chrono Trigger. Right, time to rotate them, save, switch temperature is what I was doing before, so go back to this one. Oh boy. I can see where Demon Souls got its inspiration. It looks stuck. Maybe it's King Dodongo after the end of its death animation. Hey lad, wanna challenge me to a fight? Come on, what do you say? Well, I guess we don't have a say in the matter. Guess we're just gonna completely ignore that other dude that's, I guess, actually sunk it into the floor over there. While this is going on. Iron Dragon, not Mini Dragon, which is what his style looks at. And he can actually hit hard, okay. I mean, it probably has at least a little bit to do with the whatchamacallit. Search shit, no. Corcha, hit Corcha. Probably has at least a little bit to do with the fact that there's two red stuffs on the field effect right now, but see, we can't do something about that. Well, apparently that's not really gonna change things all that much. I don't remember, do I have anything that I can use to revive people? I actually don't remember. On the attack screen, the bottom up range element, so you don't need to go back to menu. Oh yeah, so it is. Notice that. Well, thanks for pointing that out, but... is Kid available to... I guess Kid is not available to do anything right now, so... we'll just keep going with... search for just a tiny bit. Okay, Kid, do you have anything to provide people with? I guess we try Pilfer. It's probably not a good idea, but... that was indeed not a good idea. Let's try this. Right, apparently Serge is not gonna die quite as quickly as Corsia did. Okay, what can we do? So try to go for low elemental stuff. And I guess it's a little bit typical that the character who had most of the low elemental stuff was the one with the innate low element and the one who died first in this fight. Okay, you don't have any charge, so let's start with this. I don't know why friggin' Corsia died so quickly. Maybe it's just like the robots, but it was just like the very unfortunate combination of the fact that his element was, I guess, contrary to the field effect one, and the fact that the field effect one buffed the enemy instead. But yeah, I guess I really don't have anything that I can use to revive people, at least with the people that I have alive right now. And I can't reuse Cure because I already used it, so I guess we're just gonna go with the other low level blue element stuff. Maybe even switch it over to green or white, because it's the only other stuff that I have that isn't just red. I'll just finish off the stamina that she has, I guess. See how much damage he's gonna do. 80. At least he's not gonna completely murder him like it did Corsia. I suppose now's the time to use my other cure thing. Not perfect, but it'll do. I guess we're gonna have to switch it over to green now, so let's try with this. Green or white? Anything that isn't red. Yeah, we also have heal. So we can probably make use of that in just a moment too. I have no idea how much it's gonna take to beat this guy up. But might as well just keep at it. Suppose now would be a skeleton's ready to heal, but I need to actually charge that up real quick. Nice. Gonna have to remind myself very consciously that I don't have to back out of that menu, but well. I mean, I'm still accomplishing the same thing, you might say. Okay, do I have any elemental attacks left that aren't, I guess, just the white stuff? That aren't red, I suppose. That's what I was trying to say. Oh well, they're actually gonna hurt. And unfortunately, I think the only healing that I do have left on me right now would be these things that she has, the tablets. I'm not sure if I want to use them quite yet. Can we switch to Surge? No, we can't. I just poke him, I guess. Let's try Meteorite, see how this does. With no extra charge from the elements. And I guess we are gonna be forced to use one of these, but well. I mean, hopefully this doesn't just amplify the effect of whatever attack the other dude uses next. That would kinda suck. Okay, that didn't do much. I guess do that again though, since we don't really have much of a choice. Oh boy. This is gonna be our death sentence thanks to that field stuff. Yes, it is. Now hold on, we have a full red field effect, so maybe now it's time for her to try to use higher tier attacks and see if Black Hell those work against this dude. Sure, that's a viable option. I say just go for it. Fire Pillar +2. But I think that if she gets attacked, it's also gonna be over for her, but I don't know how that actually heals him. Well, that's unfortunate. But I guess she's also gonna be resistant to that, since red is also her element. I would say that the way this guy looks kind of suggests that he's also not very far from death, but I don't know. I guess not exactly how I thought he would. Hello, another aka I think Sammy. I think he's also in the chase. Hello and welcome. I mean, you sound exactly how I thought you would. In what sense? Because I'm pretty sure that if you are from the chase, probably would have heard me there already. At least if you have stuck around for final chases and whatnot. Okay, sure hope that I end up able to whoop this guy through regular attack soon, because or I could just be dead. I think that's exactly what's gonna happen here. Alright, that's unfortunate. Thus, the life force Cold Surge was not even allowed to be born into this world. There's no forgiveness for those who dare stand against it. I mean, wasn't Surge literally already, this is the other world, which I think it is. Didn't the version of Surge from this world literally get killed or something, I thought. Vaguely remember something like that being mentioned. You can run from every fight, even boss battles. Wouldn't running from a boss battle just result in the, like that whole thing resetting, though? I think this is pretty much the first boss encounter in which I've actually died, though. I think that might actually be the first death in the game, unless I'm completely failing to remember something else. I mean, surely you can't skip the, like, this whole encounter seems like it's scripted, so surely you can't just skip that without, like, by running. Surely wouldn't... Surely that wouldn't just fly. Well, let's try this once again. I guess I'm gonna try to make a slightly more active effort to actually remove the red stuff from the field element a little bit faster this time. And see if that keeps Korchev from getting immediately murdered. Okay, he's gonna go for Kid first, who doesn't take as much damage. So we don't want that. I guess I could, if I end up dying again, like it's a little bit late to do that now, but if I end up dying again, then I guess what I can do is literally replace everybody's elemental stuff with more blue stuff, instead of all the red shit that fucking Kid has, which isn't gonna do anything against this boss. Okay, who's being targeted right now, Sturgis? He's gonna survive that at least. Okay. And now he's gonna go against him. Okay, but at least this time he's not gonna hit quite as hard, probably owing to the fact that you know, the field effect looks different. But I guess we're gonna try to keep going. And to actually use Cure on myself, yeah, probably a good idea actually. Okay, I think I might actually have an opportunity to maybe, just maybe, do the summon this time. Unless Korchev somehow ends up dying before that happens. Which would really suck, but... or that happens too. That's another thing that I was kind of afraid of. Just mess up everything, but oh well. Should we have enough blue elements with the other people combined, but that's not going to be a huge issue. Let's use Cure again. Switch over to Korchev actually. What other stuff does he have? He has headbutts. I mean, yeah, might as well just go for it. That actually was pretty strong, alright. I mean, just based on the fact that he's not dying immediately, that might be a better indication for This fight may be going a little bit better, we'll see. Okay, do we have any blue stuff left at all? We do not. That's unfortunate. It's really gonna have to have him attack though. So that Portrait can have a chance both to... I feel like a mistake that I made with him is that I should have used a low level blue spell instead of a higher level one. Attack 1, twice, 3 times. Use 1 low level blue spell so that you can cure resistance. I mean, might as well use cure. Because only one of those spell levels is used up. And that apparently tears him up, because of course it does. I wonder if we can stop him from... Nope. I was gonna say hold out long enough so that this doesn't happen again. And ruin everything, but... I guess I couldn't have expected that. Since apparently the summon is just straight up not gonna happen, but as well just go all out with everything else that I have. It's actually not bad though. Good feeling that the summon would be even better, but oh well, take what you can get. And I just keep attacking with regular attacks, I guess, with Surge. Seems to be doing decently good enough damage with that. Oh shit, okay. Never mind, that went much better that time. Didn't just get murdered like before. Suppose doing it differently in the beginning also did help. Actually, without using some levels here. Already know that. We can... I mean, maybe now would be a good time to switch that up, the spell load that we have, but maybe not. I'm sure I'll see you again, I hope not, but if I ever see your face again and I have like a chance to do anything before we get thrown into combat, burns. Are we burnt? Do we have to like do something to cure that? Probably do, yeah. Well, what can we do? Elements. Ointment, I guess. Heals burns and red status effects. Yeah, that'll do. I'm gonna go ahead and take a step back and save right after that. No idea if taking a step back at this moment is gonna have any kind of negative repercussions, so I might as well just go and and continue to rotate saves as I'm wont to do. As this is my modus operandi currently. So maybe the next thing we're gonna do is actually try to acknowledge the dragon sunken into the earth over there. Or maybe we're not able to, since it doesn't really seem that. Then it's like we're able to get down from this platform. Oh well, it's these fellas again. So we made it this far. Acacia Dragoons. Well, I think I recognize 2 of them. I'm not so sure about the guy on the right. So, this will be the end of you all. I speak in all capitals, so maybe that's supposed to be a little bit louder, but there's some mercy. I hate your friends, your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, your great-grandma, I hate them all. Have you ever heard of, have you ever seen the movie The Usual Suspects? You hear about the stuff that guy would do to people. Well, I want to do the same thing here. And then send death threats to your enemies' families and your enemies' enemies and all that stuff, even though that it just seems redundant. Okay, so well, it's probably a good thing that we saved, since it's, I guess, 2 bosses in a row. Assuming that this is an actual boss fight too. Which I have no no strong reason to assume it wouldn't be at this precise moment, so... none of them have red element though, so that's probably a good start, or black element for that matter. So we can probably fight a bit more, quote-unquote, normally. I'm not sure if it would be a good idea to like go after a specific one here first. I guess I'll go against this guy. Ouchie, ouch. Like, what's this guy gonna do? Apparently doesn't hit that hard. And neither does she. It would probably still be facetious to assume that that means that there's not gonna be a problem. You enjoy pain? Well, no, not particularly, but what the fuck? Also, kind of realized how much damage Scorch had apparently taken by this point. Could try Pilfer, but let's go and use the tablet instead. It's probably not gonna do much of anything actually, but yeah, it's apparently gonna be a flat rate of 30 healing every single time. She has blue elements. The elements are like yellow, blue, and green, I think. I'll probably get a idea to use Cure now. Can I use anything specific about Meteorite Blast? I guess might as well for that too. I mean, getting more red element is probably also a good idea to be fair, since apparently none of them have red element. Geronimo. You can see where half of that name comes from, at least, I think. Well, what can Kid do? She's got 2. I just want to go for my Bomb, see how that does. Obviously, that's probably gonna be somewhat decent. Surge, probably gonna make his. Oh, no, I was gonna say make his. Well, I guess it's literally the only one who can do anything right now, because we've been doing elemental moves. Send it out so we can take a moment to wait for the other people's stuffs to start recharging. Or just defend. That'd be a good idea, actually. Probably was a good idea there. There we go. Well, she actually targeted the person who probably was going to take the most damage out of that. Come on. Not the most anti-Dark Fantasy dragon I've ever seen. That would probably be the Borix from the Thief games, but that seemed like a pretty modest looking dragon. Yeah, I don't know, out of all the enemies in... Oh, what the fuck. I didn't actually mean to run away there. That was kind of silly. I guess we're gonna just try that again, though. What went wrong? Tomorrow will know that was just a bit of a slip of the finger. I actually wanted to try to do what I did. Literally right after I left the battle, but while still in the battle. But I apparently completely failed to account for that. Okay, do-over. Except this time we didn't die. That's a necessity for the do-over. I guess I'm still gonna try to go for this guy first. It seemed to, like he was gonna have an actual effect. Last time too, and he does seem to be the most effective attacker in this fight, to be fair. Looks like that's probably a good tactical decision. these elemental stuff. Maybe something a little... Barely increases element damage by 1.5. I think I actually want to use that right now. I guess we're gonna try Photon Beam just to get the black element out of the field. I find it a little bit funny that apparently Corche is the one. Well, not that Corche is the one who seems to be taking the most damage out of all of us so far, but that apparently she does more damage to him, even though they're both the same element. I want to do this right now. No, we'll do the element, I think, instead. What element will we do, though? How about one of the high-tier Magma Burst or Magma Bomb? Magma Burst is single enemy. I might as well go for it. It's gonna be boosted by at least one thing of field effect. Okay. Alright, he's out of the picture then. I think elements matter if it's standard attack. I don't know. I want to say that I have seen some... I want to say that I have seen that affect some of these standard attacks, at least from the enemies so far, but I guess I can't say for sure either way. Okay, I got level 3 for the elemental stuff right now. I guess we can... I'm actually not sure which of these two is doing more damage right now. I guess we can go for this dude first. Since his element does not actually match any of our elements, so... Sure, let's go last. And since Surge apparently has his stuff all primed for like a high level attack, he's got high stamina. Let's do like a full physical combo and then... Oh jeez, well, he did drop dead. Literally right before I did this, which was recoverable. Oh well, I guess we're gonna have to avenge that guy next. We can go even more all out with Red Element right now, though, since the only guy who got contradicted. As far as the affinities, I suppose, it's now gone. Sure hope this doesn't have any unfortunate repercussions on his character growth or anything. Yeah, probably gonna need to just do this right now. And we can have stamina reset. Yeah, Marcy probably would be more of a hazard to Kid since they actually have negative for opposing elements. Let's do Magma Bomb, let's see if that actually is enough to finish up that dude, so... and also get some damage out of Marcy. Not quite in the first one, but at least one of those things was accomplished. Oh, there we go. I mean, you can also do an elemental attack, so I might as well do that instead. Let's do one of the red ones, actually. Another Magma Bomb. Single target this time, though. And as for you, let's do the same thing. Let's see if we can do no, I guess we can't do a level 1 that actually is offensive, so it's fireball. team that's completely favorable to us and not the enemy. Alright, there we go. I would like to have it on the record that I didn't actually die during that fight. Oh, look at that. Freaking Korcha did not benefit from that because he was dead. How unfortunate. Probably check the elements on everyone now that that's over. Because I get the feeling that I do have at least one person with a revival element, but I get the feeling that it's Korcha. Korcha was like the first person to die on both of the occasions. Probably a bit counterintuitive, taking that into consideration. So let's see what he has. He has Power Burst, Cure, Gravity Blow, Uplift, yada yada yada. Ton, Headbutts. Hook Sinker. Okay, maybe not. Well, I guess he did benefit from that, he just didn't show it on the result screen. You get one more level 5 slot thing. Maybe I'm completely wrong and nobody has any revival stuff at all. Even though I want to say that I definitely have at least one of those so far. Heal, weaken, diminish. Only light? No, oh, these are traps. Did I already have traps before I got the tutorial? I don't remember. Or maybe they were auto-generated before that finished. Or after that, rather. After that tutorial. Okay, am I crazy? Flu. Remember it's coming up. I hate Lunar. Feeling it's not gonna be as OP if we got it this early though. Well, early quote unquote. As it was in Chrono Trigger though. Okay, do I seriously have nothing that I can... Items? No, not items, consumables. I literally have nothing that I can use to revive. I thought I did. That is weird. Let me see. Of course I need some healing, but... I might as well actually use some ults for healing now. For no reason not to. Tablets also only heal 30 when used outside of combat. Why do I always forget that you have to use elements for everything? With medicine, blue status effects restores HP. Now it heals 50 when out of combat. But let's save again too. What is it this time? Oh, it's Carl again. I don't remember if you actually got a name for this character before, but I guess we assume now. You proceed any further, there will be no turning back now. Even so, you still wish to go? I mean, I guess that must be a warning that we're not gonna be able to go back to the outside for a while, I mean, sure. Why wouldn't we? But don't die by the way I'm some kind of mysterious villain who's gonna continue to act as a villain, but telling you not to die. What's the deal with that? So what kind of place have we just reached here? Fort Dragonia. Surely Fort Dragonia isn't going to be the same place that we saw in the opening. I mean, maybe it is, for all we know it is. Only when you fulfill the requirements can you attend the ceremony. Return the colored crystals to the Grandmaster. Also squares or circles, which are the opposite of squares on the floor here. Which apparently serve no greater purpose. Return the colored crystals to the Grandmaster. I don't know, this seems like it could be the place from the intro, even though the party that we have right now is certainly not the same one that we had. Unless it turns out that that one chick from the town, the poor town, the name of which I've already forgotten. I guess I might as well make another additional save here. There's apparently going to be some kind of point of no return. I don't know if it actually is, but I mean, based on what we've seen so far, probably it's not very far-fetched to assume that something like that would be in effect. What's up with the decor here, though? Okay, yeah. I do get the impression that this can't not be the same place from the opening now. I don't remember if you fought these things back in the opening though, the ghoul or the alphabets, but the alphabet, the pun in which his name I probably wouldn't even have realized if I hadn't said it out loud, but... Let me check the elements too. Okay, so the alphabet does have an innate dark element. Goodness. Which I think is the only one that directly contradicts the innate element of anyone in the party, so... Probably a good idea to go after them first, whenever we get the formation like this. I'm gonna tell you though, Coach definitely seems to be doing quite well with just physical attacks. Even if he apparently is just gonna keep on dying quickly. Oh, that didn't even do that much damage. Ouchie. Hold on. Oh, sprain. Oh, we got sprain? An actual lasting effect from one of those, that yellow attack. For whatever reason, I did not see this coming. Alright. I guess this means I will have to use something sprains and yellow status effects. I mean, hopefully we don't get a whole lot of those because we only have 10 of those curing yellow cures, so... don't know if I can expect to get more just by wandering around here. Again, to assume that there's gonna be a way for us to get like a bit higher out here. I mean, do I want to avoid fighting this dude again? I guess it wouldn't be a big deal if I did fight another one of those guys, but I presume there is somewhere else we can go. There we go. Just simple as... no, it's not as simple as jumping across, I suppose. We can't just cross because that would make a disturbing amount of sense. An actual resonance, but we can stand on this thing, which did look suspicious, and end up... what? What just happened? Oh. I just... have a change of party leader? Is that all that that does? Now Kid is in the lead and that's it. I mean, surely we could have just done that without having to step on that thing. I'm not sure what that did. If it's supposed to literally do anything other than just change the formation of your party. Well, what's over here? The Dragonians are comprised of a head, body, and tail. I must change the order of the head, body, and tail to unveil a new path. Okay, well, you could have told me that before I came here. Let it be the head, body, then tail. I mean, is any of us supposed to symbolize any one of those specific parts, or what? Like, I guess I'm gonna just go back. Is it now the head, body, and tail? Let it be the body, head, then tail. So you're gonna say the same thing. Wait, just go again right now. Does that mean that, like, the formation that we have right now is the body, head, then tail? Do I literally have to look around again after changing formation and something will have changed? Or maybe something will have changed actually, because I don't think that was blocked off before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing wasn't blocked up before on this entranceway, so... But does it really mean anything if we can't really get back down there from here? I mean, can we access this from this? Oh, we can't. Do we need to make another change? Can we... I mean, can we literally change the party formation from the menu and... Actually, can we change the party formation from the menu? I now realize that I don't know how that would actually be accomplished. Customize? Hold on. No, that's just like general options. Okay, hold on. Let's go on this thing again and see if it's any different at all. Apparently that just brings us back to the old formation that we had before. If we go outside again immediately, that thing is still there, the top side. Head, body, and tail. Yeah, I guess right now we have head, body, and tail. But I guess we pretty much only figured out 2 formations so far. Okay, so... Oh, okay. So what happens now? Right. So do we have, like, backtrack all the way over there? Is it even possible to backtrack all the way over there from where I am right now? And with things in the position that they currently are. I suppose it is. Okay. Do seem to still be cut off from the... like all the platforms at the chests and stuff are on though. And yeah, if we just get up on this platform. Without making any further changes, it doesn't really seem like we're gonna be able to actually access anything new. A whole bunch of dead ends, so do we need to activate these stairs and then go back into the other room and do something even more different? What happens if I try to mess with this again? Does it do anything? No, it doesn't. Alright, let's see what happens if I step on this thing one more time. Gonna bring me back to the only other formation that it showed me so far, or is it gonna be different still? No, it's gonna be the only other one that it showed me so far. So we're trying again. Body, the head, then tail. It seems to me that there's a couple of other combinations of stuff that we'd have. Besides the ones that we already had, but I guess not. And now I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna be locked on this far side of this hallway anyway, like whenever I do this specific combination. It doesn't seem to be conducive to anything new actually being accessible. So change back. And this is the exact same one that we started with. What if we step onto this thing again? Time and again. Just to test if it ever does anything different, but it doesn't seem to be. No. So I don't know what to tell you. Head, body, then tail. You sure I can't actually, you know, just change the order of my formation from the menu? Because that's really seems like it would be the most... I mean, maybe you can, and I just forgot how to do it. Let me try like other buttons here. No? Configuration is still nothing but this, and yeah, it doesn't seem like anything to do with what I am trying to accomplish. And I do get the feeling that even if we were to like go all the way out to like a save point or something, and even if we were able to change our formation there, that would still be... like if we were to come in with a different configuration, that would be counted as the default one, and we would still want to be able to switch between 2 of them. I'm trying to figure out exactly what the heck you are supposed to do here. It's not something that I seem to be able to easily figure out. 12 PR is all the way here. hanging out by himself. Maybe he would want the iron vest. It would bring him back for anything. And when you change the elements, does PR have any elements that are for reviving people? Let me see. Oh yeah, he literally does, okay. Oh, I found it. Found out who had that. Well, again, gracefully score a double touche on foe. On foe. Well, I guess I might as well go ahead and allocate this and somebody that probably would make sense to have it, I suppose. Oh, where is it? Put it here? Yeah, I can. Just put it there. And probably should also fill in, you know, the other blanks that I have next to the upgrade. But I don't know. A little too confused by whatever the hell is going on here to focus on that right now. A little bit of head, body, and tail. Maybe are there multiple states that we can shift between? Even if we stick to only one configuration, like that thing is up there, like that passageway is, that platform is raised right now. What happens if I don't change anything about my formation, where I literally just come in here and, I don't know, interact with this thing again? Apparently, even if I don't change my formation at all, there's still a kind of a stone grinding sound and all that, but apparently this has now changed, so you have to wonder what the fuck we're supposed to well, let me try to do something crazy. Let me try to do something completely and certifiably insane. Something that will put me in a mental asylum for life, which is to just change my formation and then step all the way over there. I think the direction that this guy is moving is also different. He was moving like I think he was moving clockwise before, and now he's moving counterclockwise. Maybe I'm crazy, and that has also not changed, but I don't know. I mean, there's gotta be a reason why this was made available, surely. Or maybe it's just motivated by trying to... I think it just changed again. Instead of just following a completely static set path, it's kind of trying to chase us, but it's not being very successful at it. Alright, let's try to do this. Just kind of having a look down here to see if that passageway on the right side would lead to anything, but I guess not. Let's try to actually fight that dude and see if his removal from the battlefield has any effect at all. I get the feeling that's not going to be the case, but still. Might as well try. Might as well just find out. Why else would you fuck around after all? Red pin. Let's see exactly what this does. That's a multiple target thing, and that actually hits pretty hard. Alright. And because I didn't really have a chance to do any directed elemental attacks against us, I guess that also means that we don't really have to worry about any effects that we're gonna have to cure now. So they're out of the picture. And I still have no idea what to do. Okay. Well, maybe now that the bat's out of the picture, let's examine this thing again. And we have the second of two formations that we can adopt here. The body, head, then tail. It just seems really silly that you can just fucking tell your party to change their formation at will. It really feels like that should be such a simple thing. Now we're, I mean, it appears that we're pretty much trapped here since we can't really leave. And that thing is in the only, this like stopping up the only bottleneck that would lead out of here, but maybe there's more to it than that. I mean, this, yeah. We can approach that thing from the high ground too, but I guess to no avail. To no avail whatsoever. Okay, I'm just kind of lost here. I think I might actually have to... I'm gonna try one thing. I'm gonna, like, I suppose preemptively kind of surrender by virtue of what I'm about to do, but... I think the only thing that I have left to try right now, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm able to perceive what's happening right now, the only thing that I can think of to do that would even be different would be to really just give up and go back to the kind of center area. I mean, I can't run up against the side of this thing and push it or anything, can I? No. That would also be a bizarre option that there wouldn't really have been any indication that that was possible. But yeah, I guess I'm kind of preemptively giving up on that one, even though I assume that, based on that message that we saw at the beginning, I kind of have to assume that each of these directions we can go into is gonna be important to making progress here, but I mean, I don't have no idea what I was supposed to do there. Even though, like I said, I do get the feeling that I'm gonna have to go back to that one at some point. But let's at least find out what lies in this direction here before that happens. Anything there? No. Well, we're gonna have to fight more bats, I guess. If we run into them. There's some stuff here. Is any of these mimics? No, but apparently there's switches. Is any of these mimics, even though what I probably should have said these are any of these mimics, but oh well. I mean, this seems a lot simpler since at least we have a very clear thing to interact with. As a means of changing the state of things, and okay, we didn't actually run directly into that thing, but I guess that was gonna happen sooner or later anyway. I get the feeling it won't be a big deal regardless. Let's just go. Let me see. What happens if we get Surge to level 5 elemental stuff? Did he also gain like a new fancy schmancy attack that he can do at level 5? Luminary, yes he did. Build up and release a burst of chi energy. I forgot about this. Let's see what it looks like in this game. Okay, well, I guess this guy was stubborn and didn't want to die. Let's not attack with Kate actually, let's attack with Korcha. Because maybe he'll be able to heal after this is over. The only one person that probably got hit in that whole fight, which probably was one person. Didn't actually catch if it was one person or not, but yeah, 2 cures. Okay, I see the door. I guess our objective is to get on top of this thing in the middle and go to the door from there, which I guess we can do simply by... yeah. See, this seems like it was a lot easier to deal with. what's gonna be at the far end of this place? And immediate confrontation. I sure hope this doesn't turn out to be an actual gimmicky fight that's gonna have any kind of cheap trick to screw me over, because that would be a very mean thing to have. No, it's apparently a cache private and dragoons. Let's attack the dragoon first, I guess. I don't know if it's also... yeah, I guess he is also supposed to be riding one of those dragons that what's-his-face was riding in the previous boss fight. Let's not go all out with Luminaire, let's just, I don't know, meteorite. Well, that was kind of underwhelming, but over. I suppose I could have gone worse. Could have been even more underwhelming, and that's probably enough of an excuse in that speaking. Red pin, and I'm pretty sure Korcha would have gotten another super attack as well, or a super attack of his own, I guess. I should say. Can't he pull it off now? Who can sinker, yeah. Single enemy though. Snag a foe and fishing line and reel it in. Could use it on this guy, and we probably will use it on this guy, because it seems like the other one is super weak already. Using that low health animation, I think. Okay, it's literally a fishing themed attack. I like that we have that now. I like those super attacks. I gotta make some of these kind of more normal encounters a bit simpler to deal with. Okay, so what happens now? Surely we didn't come all the way here just to kill those guys and do nothing in this room. I mean, maybe we did. I have no idea how this is gonna work exactly, but I don't really see anything else that I can interact with in the room at this point, so not too sure exactly what to make of this. We leave and come back immediately. Surely it's not gonna be any different, no? It's not. That is indeed the case, but... Well, I guess we're gonna just go back now. It's probably gonna be the easier way to... well, I don't know. This is gonna be the easier way to travel back and forth between the... no. Please. I think it is, actually. If we have it like this, then assuming that it stays like this, the only thing we're gonna go to, what we're gonna do, to go across again if we come back here. Wait, what? Okay, I thought this was gonna be the... exit, but I guess not, never mind. I had it backwards. No, the exit is down there on the bottom right. I completely forgot that that was the case. Can't just... yeah, we can't just walk under that. Can we go through like this? We can't. Can we... how did I already completely forget how we even got past this place in the first place? Okay, hold on. I don't know. Yeah, have it like this again, but on the other side we're gonna have to move it, I think. Not that we were able to, you know, walk on the lower part of this platform before the lower part of the edge anyway. I just don't remember how, because like my memory is apparently goldfished here. What's going on here? Oh. Well, I guess that's one thing. What if we go this way? Maybe this was like the actual objective over here? And that other room with the two Acacia dudes was a total red herring. Oh shit. All I hear the boss music, but I don't know what to make of this. I don't know if I should be worried right now. This thing is a giant loop and it's blue element. Well, we got some black element on the field, so I'll probably try to get rid of that. It's also kind of looking like this thing has very high defense, so let's try to do a few different things here. Let's try to, I guess, build up white element and maybe do some stuff. Turn white? No. Start with meteorite and then dash and slash. Let's start with dash and slash actually. And then meteorite and then the other lower level meteorites. Well, we do have one blue thing in the field. Let's see exactly what this is gonna do. It missed, it didn't hit anyone. Literally didn't do anything to anyone. Okay. I would like to imagine that's a good sign. It's not gonna be like a big threat. Okay, how much damage are you gonna do? You're like our star physical damage attacker, but apparently it's not gonna do a big difference right now. Does he have any... No, he has dark element stuff, but not any white element stuff, so probably just... Let's go back to attacking with Surge element. Let's do... Meteorite? Sure. And maybe after this I'll do Luminaire. See, that did better. Okay, I'll take in. Really gonna kidnap one of us. Okay, that's unfortunate. So I can actually do damage. Yeah, that actually is gonna do... Well... Do considerable damage, but at least it's not gonna do friggin', I don't know, FF10 kind of trick where it just permanently kidnaps one of us from battle. That would have sucked. Let's just, I guess, give Surge some time to get his stamina back. And then see if we can build up his big attack again. Oh boy. Okay, surely he's not gonna try to finish off Kid right now. I mean, that would be fairly competent enemy, I guess, but that's why I'm worried. Okay, let's try to have Surge to Luminaire, and then maybe we can switch over to, I don't know, having Koja heal Kid. Probably a good idea. Probably not a good idea to have... I'll try to go for the blue summon though, given that since his enemy has an actual, you know, blue, innate blue element, it's probably gonna heal him or something. It's stupid like that, so... Let's try to do the opposite of that. Let's do another reverse card. With the battlefield elements. Okay. Now it's gonna be blue field, of course. It's not gonna do damage though, is it? Okay, you know what to do. You can't possibly let that stand, can you? Well, this is gonna be a bit of an underwhelming attack, but that's fine. I think our main concern right now is just foiling this dude's plan. Let's get a couple of levels, and surely at level 2, Surge will be able to have some relevant stuff. Yeah, here we go. There we go. Looking like we're in a somewhat acceptable state at least. Is it gonna hit everybody? It looks like yes, but at least it's not gonna do nearly as much damage as it would have, I assume, as if we had allowed the whole field to, oh Jesus fucking Christ, to stay blue. Well, we do have the ability to revive party members now, so let's relax on that. Even if we apparently can't just use it immediately. That kind of stinks. Well, she's not completely destroyed either. That's nice. Let's bring a little bit more red back into the field. I think this thing is probably at least closing in on termination. But it looks a little bit different now. Okay, perfect. It might be time to see if we can go for Kit's super attack. Okay, oh god. It's gonna be the same fucking iceberg attack that nearly killed everyone before. Is it actually gonna kill him now? Wouldn't actually completely suck, and it did completely suck, wouldn't you know it? Okay then. Cool. Very nice. Let's try that one more time. Well, after we're past this. Maybe I should try to do something like, I don't know, capture one of those units. Like specifically to thwart that attack, since I guess it's not really going to do that until later on into the fight. At least if it's anything like what I've just witnessed just again. Still don't know what to do on the left side, but, or at least the bottom left. Hard left, I don't know. At least I have an idea of what to expect here. I have to do the quote-unquote puzzle in this room. Oh well, whatever. Let's attack the other one. Let's see if we can build up her super attack. And kind of expedite this. There we go. And I actually remembered to like unallocate the revival out of this guy's elements and give it back to somebody who's actually using it. It probably didn't. Nope. Remove all, honestly. Fuck it. It's not like he's in the party right now. Let's allocate some other stuff. Let's allocate this right in the other place. In the place where I had it before already, which is here. Let me see if there's anything else. Any room for any more stuff on his grid? No, there is not. However, for her there is. So what shall we go for? Another red thing? Maybe something blue, maybe something white. Do we have anything else white that I can even use? Photon beam. Sure, why not? Just to have that as an option. What about him? Does he have any... He does have one room, one space too, but... So, trying to catch Holy Light Element, Freefall Element, Carnivore, Earthquake, Volcano, right? Apparently we literally can't use any of these either because it's not for catching the specific attack that that thing is using. So it's not just to catch something from a specific element type, it's to catch one specific attack at all, so... I don't think we're gonna be able to use these traps quite yet. Oh, let's do something different. Panacea? Removes all status effects? No, I don't think we want that either. I've only had a few more of those developments, but I guess we don't. Well, against my better judgment, time to maybe put in a red element, Magma Burst. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's probably good to have options, right? Oh, what am I doing? I wasn't supposed to do it like this. I was supposed to do it like that, and so I shall accept. Shall I? Yeah, I think I shall. There was a very forgettable fight over here, but I might as well do it again. You see, it won't be a gimmick like the freaking giant slime. Or not, never mind. The sea charm is... what the fuck? This is the opposite of what it was before. That seems rather unusual, because in the other timeline there was a fight with two dudes over there, and then in the other one there was a sea charm, and the one on the right there was the sea charm. Well, I guess we're gonna fight those two dudes in this room now. I'll just go for it. And just pop them in there. It's not even two dudes, it's just one guy. I'll just go for it anyway. How very unfortunate. Oh well. Yeah, I might as well just switch over to Surge. So we can have a slightly more efficient option of just healing everyone. Once this fight is finished. There we go. Let's see if I can pull off the big rain movie this time though. Leave that as it is, because we have to, and let's make that thing go the other way. At this time, before we even step into this room, I am going to retreat. Take another step right back into this room to make sure that the stairs are still extended until they are. And I would like to assume that this time if I end up dying again because of being unfortunate again, I guess. I have to, or I would be able to just try that again without having to do that room all over again. That would be nice, and that would be what I expect, based on me taking these steps, but I suppose there's only one way to find out. So here we go. Gonna have to hit this big blob with all red spells or something. It's probably gonna be the only way for us to be able to attack it effectively and make an attempt to not die. Let's get started with exactly that. I'll just start with red stuff, just immediately. Or chat, do we have any red stuff from you? I would hope so. 8% temporarily decreased. That's very unfortunate, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't going to make a difference against the elemental attacks anyway. And no, we're going to have to play against your strengths by having everything go with red element instead of blue element. Can I get her to unleash her ultimate, like, quickly? Oh shit. Of course, once again, she's the one who's hit with this attack. That's unfortunate. Rosen can't move. That's extremely unfortunate. Can we help her right away? No, I don't think we can, because we would have to have allocated something specifically to cure that to combat stuff, so I get the feeling that's not actually going to be an option, so that really stinks. Oh, here we go. I sure hope this doesn't end up destroying her instantly, even though I get the feeling it probably will. Not revive her. And let's see if she's able to pull off an attack before this motherfucker is able to attack again. Sure, do this again. We could use another attack charge from Surge, but instead this fuck is just gonna use his super attack Titan again, which might very well end up doing a party wipe yet again. In the state we're in. Apparently barely didn't. We're just literally 6 health. Ay. Oh, hold on. Let's run away. I didn't actually mean to run away there, but it's how it ended up working out. That was pretty ridiculous. Let's try that again. Cure heal. Apparently only cure heal on himself. Let me just pop a few of these, doesn't really matter. Let's try to change the allocation of the attacks, I suppose. Maybe, possibly. Ostensibly. I don't know how much of a difference that's really gonna make in this situation, but we have turn red or something? I feel like if we had something like turn red, that would actually be quite helpful, but no, I guess we don't have anything like that. We have turn blue, turn yellow, and turn yellow, and turn white, but apparently we don't have turn red. Maybe we could use one of the other ones at least. I don't know if turn yellow would help. Not about, recoverable. E plus -5. What if I were to move that to a different position so that I didn't have to worry about being able to use it so much? Maybe that would be a little bit better. That way I wouldn't have to charge up just to be able to use that. That probably is a good idea. But other than that, I guess... What if we switch over to Korja's stuff and just kind of try to replace some of his stuff with... at least for this encounter with red stuff. What red stuff do we have that's even expensive? My bomb. Anything else? I think we're going to be using Graviton, so... We can... Yeah, we can... Probably would be a good idea. Go ahead and go for that. Okay, let's try this one more time without even, like, saving or anything like that. This can only go well, after all. Just like it has pretty much the last 2 occasions that we've done this. Which is why we've done this on 2 separate occasions before now. Maybe I should have given him more red stuff too. Motherfucker, come on. Well, at least it wasn't Kid who got fucking sucked in by the suck attack this time. That's probably a good thing. Shit. I'm gonna try attacking with something anyway. Go for... Just get him. Like, I don't really care about stealing at this point. Just kind of want this guy dead. As much as humanly possible. As dead as humanly possible, yes. That is precisely what I am after at this time. Even if it isn't even a human. Well, there's the field attribute right now as the exact opposite of what the element of that attack is, so let's see what happens. Wow, that still sucked. Hey Serge, are you frozen yet? No, he's not. He gotta stay frozen forever until he fucking dies, because that would suck royally. But there does seem to be quite a bit of sucking going around right now, I'll tell you. What if we switch to Kid and have her do the super attack right now? Seems like this would be as good a time as any to do that. I'm seriously still not in danger of death. Sad what I'm getting out of this. I get a feeling that if it does iceberg again, okay, here we go. Let's quickly not do this, but just recover them. Let's see if we can avoid death. It would be quite nice if we can pull that off. I think we might have just avoided death, I don't know. Maybe not for everybody, but hopefully at least for somebody. Okay, yeah. It is definitely dead. And we also seem to be in a bit of an unfortunate position, given that we literally can't do anything because we have no stamina left. It's strongly fireball, I guess. It's literally the only thing we can kind of try to rely on. Oh, it's back to the state in which it's kind of... hold on. It's kind of close to death. I guess we're gonna try my first. And then I get the feeling that if this doesn't kill it, it's not really gonna be possible to be victorious. Nope, it's not. Well, this is a pretty horrible position to be in so far, I gotta tell you. This fight does not seem very viable at all. Even with trying to get preparation. Start, but this controller is also squeaky as hell for some reason. Is it the one that... oh, cool. Hold on. Let me just try to figure out what just happened. Hopefully it's not something that makes everything just stop working all of a sudden. Yeah, I have no idea what happened, but I think a bunch of my... I think I probably know what just happened, yeah. One of my things that I had on my desk just because I tried to reach for something else fell over, and that caused one of my hard drives to temporarily pretend that it was disconnected when the truth was the opposite. And a bunch of my Explorer windows just closed, and I think, yeah, that might have caused this, the game to not work anymore. Hold on. Get the feeling that's probably what happened. Okay, it looks like this isn't gonna work anymore. Please stand by for technical difficulties. Let's listen to some Yuzo Koshiro. Well, I try to get this figured out. Start, I don't know. Okay, this seems to be working. The question is, you know, the vital question is, will it allow me to pick up right where I left off, because that is definitely the vital question to be asking right now. Will it even load? Apparently it's gonna reset the BIOS, but apparently it's not actually going to. I'm actually going to load the content. Can I run it? Can I not run it? I need to restart that completely because this should definitely be accessible right now. I think it just gave up. Hold on. Oh my god, hold on. Just do this. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen now. I hope that the answer to that isn't something terrible. I'm taking copious sips in preparation for some bad news though, but I really hope that that's not what I see. Okay, how is this going to look like? That is the question of... Okay. Okay. I think the crisis has been averted. Let me see. If I can make this visible again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, never mind, I guess we're back. Just as this is fading out too, so that's nice. Okay, that was very unfortunate, but I guess we're gonna have to... We're gonna have to go back here. We're back in the present, and let me just confirm real quick. I'm not gonna fight that thing again immediately. Definitely don't feel like it's a great prospect right now. Might actually have to resort to something a bit unconventional, but yeah, but I can't just go right into that place and try to fight it again. Whenever I feel like, so at least that's nice. But let's go a different direction this time. It's quite frankly, I don't feel like fucking around with that thing. Right now, not in light of what happened before. What if we just run straight through here? Where do we end up? It's okay. I mean, what if we say hi to this guy? Surely he won't be nearly as much of an obnoxious fake challenger as the guy in the other room. You won't do that to me, will you? I completely forgot what your name was already, I'm sorry. Let's just leave that alone for now. Cybot, yeah, that's your name. Surely you won't be as cheap as all that, Cybot. I have faith in that. I really have more faith in that than I have faith in that being true of the other example that I've been faced with. Keep on hitting these guys with the element beam. Wow, that didn't do jack shit. Why not? Let's see what there. This ends up just completely killing them all. And doesn't leave me with any room to charge up a heal, and yes, that's that. Oh well. Just defend, actually. Pretty good idea. Better idea. And with Kate at least. I'll give the other characters the ability to recharge her, oh, for fuck's sake. Never fucking mind. And of course, Surge can't do shit, so... Oh boy. We're gonna end up getting killed by regular enemies in this room instead of the... It's a very real possibility by the looks of it. Do we even fully heal with that? Yeah, I guess we can. Let's take a good bit though, by the looks of things. Oh well. Guess we better keep that in mind. We're gonna fight more of those friggin' robots. We better bring the other element into the fight. We better try to do some green stuff. Now these chests up here. Heal all. Bush basher, which we probably will need more bush basher type stuff. And speaking of which, hold on. Remind me of something. I guess I must have already allocated the revive. But did I also completely fill in the gaps in everyone's stuff? I think I did, yeah. Probably fill in a few more though, like there'll be fill in air saucer here and here. Air saucer out of fight now. What if instead of air saucer over here we have the other one? Bush basher. That'll be a little bit better, I would expect, I would imagine, I would hope. Heal all is indeed a green element thing. Restores all ice medium. Bushwhacker is even better. No, it's not even better. Percentage carnivore, okay, very good, I think. There seems to only be one way forward, so let's go check it out. Let's check out what this guy's about. I suppose. What are you going to do, friend? Paperboy. Paperboy or combat? Shall we combat the combat or shall we combat the paperboy? Surely this thing can't be any more fearsome than the NES character. You know, let's actually use our elemental stuff. I feel like I went too light with that in the previous fight because I just wanted to neglect actually using Surge's stuff because I guess I was a little too overzealous about things going well for me in that sense. Oh shit, okay. I wasn't expecting that thing to be almost dead. He's probably gonna be overkill, but hey, better overkill than whatever the fuck it was that happened in the previous fight. Okay, I guess that's where we get this chest. Antidote. And I suppose that's this particular exploration route exhausted, for that matter. If I'm not terribly mistaken, and I don't believe that I am. I mean, these kind of circular patterns on the floor here. And they seem a little bit suspicious, like it seems like maybe there would be some additional significance to them, but if there is, I have not been able to figure out exactly what that is yet. Well, let's... fuck. You know, it occurs to me... okay, never mind, I thought this didn't connect to anything. I was gonna say, it occurs to me that I don't think I can deviate from the route that I came in through and find any other route on this corner of the mansion or what have you. That won't lead me to anything new, but I guess that's just something that I said because I was being ignorant of how this worked. Because I hadn't noticed that one staircase that led somewhere else. Okay, let's pop Luminary immediately. I think it's worth it. Anything, or if nothing else, it'll get the black element out of the field effect. And kill the bats. You know, it'll do that too. Okay, see, that attack is not unexpectedly obnoxiously powerful, so that's nice. Seems quite a bit more favorable as far as I'm concerned. Let's switch back to Kid and use her ultimate attack. I'm probably not bother trying to use ultimate attack with Korcha, just kind of leave him with the charge stuff before. Yeah, that was a lot smoother than the last fucking encounter with the robots that I did. I don't want Black Helmet attacks right now though, I'm pretty sure. But unless I'm fighting some kind of white element, innate element monster all of a sudden, as I get the feeling that won't be necessary. Can we actually phase through there? No, I guess not. I don't know if we can actually get past these paper enemies when they make themselves intangible, but I don't know if they're trying to make themselves invisible or just intangible, or the opposite of that. Intangible or just invisible. It's feels like something's going on, but I guess they stop trying to do that whenever we get close. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, I didn't actually want to bother away, I was just trying to do an elemental attack out. But for some reason it kicked me out of the... you know, the attack screen and put me into the main command menu instead. Hey look, it's one of these angular spirals that you find a lot in, like, certain old world art. I don't know. Old new world art, maybe. Oh, now getting past this guy now at least. Despite for Dragonia, I just really hate this area. I'm honestly getting that vibe as well too. It's definitely not something that I would see. The last time that I was in control, I wanna make a note of this right here. I was not on the, like, general command menu, I was in the attack menu, but now it's kicked me out of the attack menu, so if I go to the option at the bottom, it's gonna be run away, not element, which is what I was actually trying to do last time. Oh, whatever. Change is still technically not below 50% health, so I would like to imagine that we're gonna be fine. Yeah, this motherfucker seems to be the only one that's an actual threat. Well, not the only one, but the biggest threat for sure. Compared to these bat things, bat beams, which, even if they are obnoxious, don't seem to be doing nearly as much damage as the other boys were doing. Like immediately. Wow. Yeah. Well, that definitely didn't take off half my fucking life, so maybe it's gotta be fine. Let's attack with Surge. Why not? Let's do level 2. It should be enough to heal up, I would expect, once this battle is over. Whatever we got from the Korcha build-up and the level 2, which is, I think, what I put the heal all into with Surge. Or not, never mind. Or maybe we just didn't want to tap into that and just use the heals instead. If I unlock some kind of a shortcut, I'm just going to assume that I immediately want to turn back and go back to the save point. Nope. Saw that coming. Hey fella, don't you want to jump down here so you can fight me? There you go. I kind of figured that he would also be able to jump back up, but the important part is those events were timed in such a way that I didn't actually have to do jack shit. Is he gonna attack immediately with the paper moon? Okay, at least he attacked with the paper moon immediately this time. That makes this a marginally better situation than it was the last time we had to fight these guys. No, not Magnify, what am I doing? Alright, whatever. I guess any kind of situation which doesn't involve me being... Yeah, here we go. I've unlocked a shortcut that leads right back to the entrance, and that's gonna be my cue to get the fuck out of here and go back and save before I proceed. Any situation that doesn't involve me dying horribly at this point is going to be something that I consider a boon. And something that I should be appreciative of. I guess it's time to rotate saves again. I'm gonna rotate a different set of saves while I'm in here though, why the fuck not? I think I'm gonna unlock even more of these. These save spaces on the memory card. They're just gonna reveal more of the characters' faces from the game. Even characters that I am probably locked out of being able to add to my party forever, because I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing in that regard, or any other regard for that matter. Oh shit, okay. Wait for this guy to pass by and now I can just get through here. Say, what's behind this door? Is there gonna be some kind of other terrible fight? Well, it's gonna be, if it's gonna be another terrible boss fight, at least I can see it coming this time. So what's this guy's shtick? Is this guy gonna be as horrible as the blob in the other room? Am I gonna hate my life as much while fighting this guy as the other one? Let's see, he's got color summon, he's got green element, innate, let's get some yellow attacks in here, even though I think I also don't have a lot of those. Fittingly enough, body press. How horrible is that gonna be? Well, it's gonna be a nice number of damage, but not quite as horrible as at least as the super attack that the other guy did. Doesn't really seem like we have a whole lot of yellow stuff to bring to the battlefield right now. If we end up dying, which is definitely a very real probability right now, we might just have, oh for fuck's sake. I just have to do something about that. I kinda wanna, you know, check what elemental stuff you even have. She doesn't have any fucking blue stuff, or not blue stuff, fucking yellow stuff, which is whatever this. Guess we can try this at any rate. This won't quite help to make the field yellow, but it will help to get the green out of here. It's probably a good move. I think the only yellow stuff that we have is only like weak level 1 stuff, upheaval. Of course I missed. Now we should be able to electric guilds. Oh, that's level 3 at least. Maybe this will be something that's not entirely insignificant. Yeah, there we go. Well, this dude seems a little bit more concerned with healing itself than actually doing damage, so maybe we could use that for advantage. Nobody used this guy's 1 yellow attack right here, so... I'm gonna try something a little bit different actually. Let's see if I can do like a low level white attack. I guess meteorite level 2. And while there's still at least 1 thing of white left on the field, see if we can pop Luminaire. Whenever he has a turn again, which is not gonna be quite yet. Anything that I would want her to do, maybe she can do Pilfer actually. This might not be a terrible idea for once. Still 1 tornado trap. Well, now's the time to do this, I think. Just kind of probably try to keep building stuff up. Then, I don't know. Backdrop. Well, there doesn't seem to be any green on the field element stuff, right? So, hopefully that's not a complete catastrophe, and I suppose, technically speaking it wasn't, but... Let's see if we can heal Kid with this. That'll do it for now. Goodness. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, do level 1 attack, then restore to element and do fire pillar again, I guess. It's probably gonna be even weaker since there's no red and there's 1 blue thing in the field, but oh well, maybe it's gonna do something. I feel like it would be great if you would just not miss. Choke slam. Well, at least this guy has like some sick looking wrestling moves. So even if he is kicking our asses a little bit, it looks nice. Doesn't seem to be murdering us nearly as much as the fucking slime either, so... Okay, I don't think I want to do anything level 5 stuff. Let's do this. Let's pop meteorite again. Probably want to avoid using the heal all thing that Surge has, almost at Chrono. Probably would want to avoid the heal all thing that he has on level 2. Short of, I don't know, core check getting hurt, which is a very real possibility, but quite happened yet. It might be about to happen right now. Oh, she's gonna go after Surge time and again. Gonna do a combo now, I guess. Got a fucking Dark Souls Manus gambit going on. Electro Jolt has been used, but I guess you can still use Uplift. Try and hurt this guy. But he's gonna use Heal All. Maybe that should be my cue to heal all. I can't do it right now. It takes a bit to charge it up again. Well, might as well do it now. I do have it, right? I didn't replace it with something else, right? Fuck. Oh, never mind. I do have it, but apparently I forgot to move it down to a place where I'll actually get more use out of it. Oh well. I guess it did result in it having a better effect there at least. Okay, so... Can't use that anymore, but we can use... Fireball, sure. As well, they're hit it with red element stuff. Or blue element stuff. I'll probably, I guess, might as well try to stick with one element. If we're gonna do that as an actual concentrated attack, at least for once. Or at least for a bit, I should say. But sure, this guy has been using the same kind of idle standing animation for quite a while, so I literally have no idea what it's going to be. Is any kind of proximity to death or what? You already use Magma Burst, so use the even weaker version of Magma Burst, why not? I mean, it'll do something given how the field elements look right now, but... I just fucking defend. It doesn't matter, really. I guess defending is probably a better idea sometimes, since it seems to also help the characters recover their stamina faster. Now what? What did you die? Okay. Didn't really feel like there was an actual clear visual indication that it was close to death, but we'll take it. Oh, and we even got a new growth level. That's nice. HP 11, 5, Korcha still kind of getting seriously gimped with the HP growth, I would say, and defense and all that stuff. But yeah, and if we have the option of fighting these things in any order we want to, we're definitely gonna be leaving that stupid ice slime for last. See, that didn't complete like it was stupid and hopeless like the ice slime fight did. Like has been the case so far. That at least felt like it could be done. Done it was. I guess what I'm gonna do now, if, assuming that I'm able to have things go in a smooth fashion and I'm able to reach the safe point again without getting hilariously demolished in some kind of freak accident before I'm able to make it back there. Then I suppose I will go in the one direction in this place that I haven't checked out yet, which is the right side. Let's just save over this one. Well, I guess this one's done at least, but just too bad about it. There's three other ones, three more that we still have to take care of, one of which is gonna be horrible. And the other one, I have no idea whatsoever how to even make headway in that one, so... Can we climb down here? Yeah, we can. Alright, do we want to climb down there immediately? That would be the other question. Might as well check out what's down here or over here. Which is the opposite of down here in this context first. What about if I just go straight through? What am I looking at here? Watchkeeper faces north as we defend the forts. Okay. Let's head north. Gee, swear. Oh, it's gonna be a complete resolution. Or revolution, I mean. Well, I guess facing... I guess we can take note of... I guess this is north, meaning the opposite direction would be south. This looks like I've got a fake save point. I don't know if I want to touch that thing. I feel... oh shit. Well, I apparently can't climb back up the ramp there. Don't know what I expected there. Let's try that again, actually. Say that I don't want to touch that fake save point, but maybe I do. If only to find out what it does. And I will also take that opportunity to survey the rest of the room and try to figure out what the other directions will result in me being subjected to. You know that, for some reason, I only just now realized that dialogue box kind of suggests that I should probably have switched this to the, you know, the... what the fuck? Oh. Okay, thank you. Fuck. I was gonna say change the appearance of Pontificator to that, to, you know, the Chrono Cross preset, but apparently that thing that happened a while ago, that caused one of my body seems to be brimming with energy. Oh really? Oh, that actually restored us? But yeah, that thing that happened a while ago, that caused one of my hard drives to temporarily fake disconnect itself when no such thing happened really, but it loves to pretend that it did. Apparently might have caused something that is gonna cause... what's it called? Gonna cause Pontificator to not be able to access the presets until I restart it, so oh well, I guess it's not happening today. Not unless I restart that whole thing, which I would rather not do right now. I feel like the state of things does not warrant me wanting to do that. Let's see. So if this is north, then the one that's on the bottom part of the room must be west, surely. And it looks like there was some good stuff on the bottom part of the room below, so let's see what happens if we try to go there. If we want to go to where the crystal is, we have to go south. Well, let's see what happens if we mess with these chests. Flame Charm. Volcano Trap. Magma Burst, and what do we have here? Fire Pillar. What are these charms anyway? Are they like specifically for defending yourself from certain elemental stuff? And it looks like if I go to the east, that's gonna be the worst place, so let's just go south. But yeah, I wanna check that. I go for equipment, for example, and I don't know, check down here. What is Sea Charm? Protection against anti-blue, and Flame Charm is protection against anti-red. What does that mean? Like, maybe Flame Charm is something that Kid would wear since she has, you know... she has red as her innate element. Magic power hit percent, which, I mean, it's probably a good thing, but 91% is probably gonna be fine if we have it like that. Let's just keep it that. Hopefully it's a good idea. What about Sea Charm, anti-blue? So probably a good idea to give Corch the Sea Charm. 8% attacks power, 87%. Okay, so he should probably keep that, but I don't know. It's poison. I don't think that we've been dealing with a whole lot of poison though. He's gonna lower his general defense to power hit percent, magic power, amount of HP, hunter metal, which is nice. We got a copper. I mean, we don't really have anything better, do we, as far as the helms? Fuck it. Look at our hit percentage, we have 89 to 87. It's actually not a big difference, so fuck it. If him the C term. I don't know if the other direction, if we go to the south direction, that's gonna immediately lead into another boss fight, so I do feel compelled to go right back to the lobby and save it again before I try that. Now let's do precisely that. Alright, so what's gonna happen? Oh, wait a moment. I think I just realized, yeah, I goofed because I didn't even notice until after I had already made the choice, but... I said south, but that didn't actually match because the dragon actually changed direction. That's supposed to be the actual reference. Let's not deal with these fuckers, let's just go in the other direction. For some reason it never even crossed my mind that that would be a possibility, that... I guess it probably should have, since we already saw at least one of the other parts of the fortress being, like, different. Like, being kind of procedural, based on what time you went there. So now it actually is, north, like, up is actually north in this version of things, so let's go east. Well, now we should be able to make it up here, but I do get the feeling that we're gonna be forced to fight something before we're just we're able to do whatever it is that we do here, or not. Well, apparently we don't have a boss fight in each one of these 4 directions, only in 2 of them maybe. Oh god. Well, I suppose that's technically probably a good thing. We don't have to fight more stupid enemies like that. Completely cheap ice slime enemy, which we still gonna have to deal with, unfortunately, I do get the feeling. I think if, like, when the time comes, I'm gonna try to go in the one other direction that I haven't completed yet, before I try that again. But when the time comes, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to fight it one more time of my own, like try to figure out one more strategy on my own. And when that inevitably fails, I'm gonna try to figure something out, maybe with some extraneous assistance. And at this point I don't care, because quite frankly, fuck that thing. But before I do that, I will, I guess, attempt to go through here again, even though I was not able to figure this out either. I suppose on that note, I'm probably also gonna do the same thing here. Gonna try to bang my head against this puzzle a little bit more, but given that I do appear to have done basically everything that it is possible to have done, without... what am I trying to do? How do I finish that sentence, actually? I appear to have done everything that it was possible to have done without... Actually, hold on. I think that... No, I don't know. Never mind. Let me try something. Is that thing gonna follow me down here? No, it doesn't seem to be capable of following me down here, at least. Okay, so here's the thing. This raised platform, it appears to be moving around. I don't know if it only moves around this, like, I don't know, second innermost ring or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure that after we start messing with the controls on the room on the left, it never goes back to that position. So if we were able to, yeah. I'm just gonna try to keep that in mind. I'm pretty sure none of the stuff that we did here led to us being able to put it back into that position. But let's just mess with this. Head, a body, and a tail. Thou must change the order, blah 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 blah. If we just interact with this in our default formation, then what does it look like? And it puts it over here, right? Means that I can go across, I can pop this switch, and that causes that thing to go down. If I change my formation, however, and interact with that thing again, which I don't think I need to do, based on how much of a non-difference it makes from what I remember. I think that just makes it block the exits, and that's literally all that it does. Body, head, and tail. And now it's gonna be up there, and literally all that accomplishes is makes it impossible for you to leave the room or go anywhere, so... It doesn't look like it's able, or it's possible for you to go to any other position then. Let me try one thing. What happens if I, if I step onto this platform at all, it's gonna put me into that position immediately, right? Yeah, it is. It's gonna force the whoever's at the front of the party to go into the top spot there. It's never different. So I can't really do anything different there. So I guess what I'm gonna try to do next is I'm gonna put it into this formation again. Which should put that thing back in like the bottom left place, yeah. Which just kind of brings it back to a state that it was in before, but at the same time it should enable me to get the fuck out of this room. Oh, I guess we're gonna be fighting this guy then. Might as well. But like it'll make a big difference. But that is par for the course. Actually, let's not attack that guy first, let's attack the fucking bats first. I say the bats even though these things are the ones I literally say that they have bat-based attacks. But hey, the ones that actually fly on the regular are the ones that I'm gonna be calling bats. And besides, that doesn't do jack shit, as you can see. No, don't use mine if I use this. Let's use Corja instead, actually. Probably finish all of these guys off. Oh shit, no. So I wanna, target this guy first. That's all I want to do. Starts. Of course. Well, for all the difference that made. Alrighty, so what are we doing? What are we doing? Now we could go up here, but I think that if we try to go up down here at all... Or yeah, go up in this raised area at all. Right now it won't do anything. What if we leave completely and then come back though? What if we leave the room and like from this exit and then come back? Will it be reset? Because I would kind of hope that it would be reset, because that would mean that we would actually be able to do something, but at the same time it doesn't look like it's reset. So it does leave me wondering. Can't push this thing either from the side, can I? Nope. What if I go all the way back out to the lobby and then... And then I go into the menu and reallocate my stuff, because it suddenly dawned upon me that I had not yet brought this thing back down to where I meant to bring it back down, which is to level 2, I think. And also I had forgotten to put something here. Probably something red, since the one fucking boss that we still have to fight is that stupid ice fucker. And here too. There's a blood weaken here. I might as well put another one of the fucking bombs here, sure. Okay, and after we've done all that, maybe I can take another look into that room and see if anything's changed at all. And if not, then I think I'm just gonna try to also get some exterior assistance with that. External assistance, because I have absolutely no idea what else I can do different here. We also can't move this thing while we're standing on top of it, right? That wouldn't make sense. Can't order one of my party members to stand on top of that thing while I go into the room and try to change things, because I guess that would also make too much sense. I don't know, what happens if we... Surely we can't just stand on this thing facing away from it and try to interact with it that way. No. Head, body, then tail. That thing has not changed. This does appear to be the only possible place in which we can change, and it barely changes anything, and we already know that this isn't going to change anything, but... I don't know, I guess about the only thing that I have left to try in this configuration is to change it to this formation. And then go into this place, and then change it to the position that it's blocking something. It's blocking the top part, but then if there's something else that I'm able to do while that configuration is active that I'm simply completely unaware of, which wouldn't make any sense, but... I mean, what else can I do? I'm mashing buttons, thinking that maybe, just maybe it would be possible for something to happen here, but I don't think that's gonna be it, no. I mean, both that thing and the chests do seem to change a little bit whenever I bring this up. Let me read the descriptions of my items again. I don't remember what this is for, but... Is this for activating the world dimension warp on the beach? I don't even remember. Maybe. Tame the wingipedes, the ice breath, big egg, heavy skull, the sturdy ribs, the pelvic bone, mixed bones, and anarchy. Hydra humor and the Komodo scale. Don't think any of these things are gonna help me here. Okay, I'm sorry, but I think this is pretty much the point where I have to defer. I have no idea what I'm gonna be doing here otherwise, so... Alright, hold on. Is there something that I completely forgot how to do? Oh, there is. Okay, I did not remember this being an option at all, but apparently if you hit select in the field, you can literally do this. Well, all done. Let's see what happens if we go into this place like this. And the tail, then the body. How is that going to place that thing? It's gonna be down there where it still doesn't fit into anything. Or we do it like this. The tail, then body, then head. I guess this would be the opposite of how we started. The tail, the body, the head, I have no idea where that thing ended up, but I guess now is the time to try and find out. Is it over here? No, it's over here. Okay, so tail, body, then head puts it in the same position that it started in. It's just too bad that it didn't really have any reason whatsoever to... you know, try to change the party formation at any moment between the beginning of the game and now. Or any point in the game, really, for now. But alright, unfortunately I guess this means that we pretty much also only have that one thing left to do, which I am not very optimistic about at all. Alright, but before we go there, let's change the party formation a little bit more, I guess, because I kinda wanna see if I can collect the stuff that's in these chests here. What kind of formation do I have right now? I'm pretty sure that this formation is also different from the one that the ones that I've had so far. What do we have here? The body-tailed and head. See, now we're gonna be able to collect this. So I guess it means that there's only one place that we're able to, that we haven't been able to access yet, and that's the one that's on the top right, or just middle top. Okay, have we had this formation yet? I don't think we have, no. Let's see. Tail, then head, and body. Okay, yeah, pretty sure we're going to get this with this. Back to regular party formation. Ah, I guess it doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter, but oh well, might as well just stick with what we know. Suppose now is as good a time as any to save too. And we should probably take a look at our allocation stuff to see if we can figure out if we can beat that stupid ice slime or if it's just going to be a completely hopeless enterprise, which seems certainly a lot more. I mean, the second part of those. Second of those possibilities seems a lot more plausible the more I think about it, but I need lots and lots of you know, red spells, so I guess I can try to... I would say try to replace as many of the ones that we have right now with more red spells. We don't really have that many more red spells, that's the thing. We pretty much cleaned out on those. I don't know. Looks like I'm just gonna have to get lucky for this fight. But I'll just try to make sure that all the elemental stuff, all of the red elemental stuff that I have is easily accessible. We can magma bomb. Is there anything else that I want to use, like tactically speaking? I guess I could try to do medicine or something so that we can boost flow and blue status effects here. Cure Aqua Beam. Well, instead of Aqua Beam, let's have medicine, I would think. Maybe, possibly. Except we can't hit up with level 2. Okay, well, let's do that then. Replace one of these ice lands with medicine and just kind of pop right in and see what happens. No fucking idea if I can win or not, but this might be the point where I just kind of give up, or at least the immediate time being, but we're gonna at least try it, I would say. Of course. That's really not a good start. Alrighty, was gonna freeze, evade temporarily decreased. Okay, that's not the one that freezes you, that's right, the freaking iceberg can't freeze you. And that really, really sucks. Can't start by doing something with this. I guess we might as well start with the lower level stuff first. Magma bomb, turn red, turn red, turn... Oh, we do have turn red, I didn't even know. What about if we do turn red? Is it actually a bad idea? It's innate blue and red now, which seems... yeah, I don't know. Not sure. I guess maybe that means that it could at least not be completely immune to blue attacks. I just hope that doesn't mean that it's now immune to both blue and red attacks. It would be the worst possible outcome. And it's the one that can also freeze, I think. But it didn't freeze this time, okay. Let's hit it with the magma bomb. Continue to do. Let's see what happens when we hit it with magma bomb, actually. It's not gonna absorb this, surely. Oh, but it's... I don't know. Yeah, maybe turn red was a bad idea, and maybe it means that it's actually gonna be, like, strong against red stuff now. I guess we're gonna find out. I mean, that's what this is for. Of course. We're getting hit with iceberg already. We don't have a full field of red. I think we already had a full field of red before though. And yeah, that did not do anything to decrease this attack being absolutely fucking ridiculous. Dynamic camera or normal camera? Just stick to normal camera. Gooey goo. Oh, it's just... I mean, something seems to be different now, given that it's not... it's apparently not just going to... spam iceberg endlessly once it starts using it at all. Actually, I get the feeling that it's not going to be possible to kill this thing now. again. No great effects. And get hit with Iceberg, which will probably wipe. Will probably party wipe. Yep. What do you know? Guess we need more heal all stuff just to be able to survive Iceberg. That's a thing. Reach over to my other controller right now again. So this other controller that I have is the one that I'm not using right now, but one that doesn't have a squeaky start button, but it has a bit of a stiff triangle button instead. Oh well. I have no idea how that even happens, to be honest with you. Like a curse. It's like I am cursed to fight this motherfucker over and over again. Okay, let's try this one more time, but this time I guess operate under the assumption that we want to do what? That we want to heal as much as possible, like pretty much immediately after it does one of those stupid attacks. That just does ludicrous amounts of damage to the Empire Party. Okay, so allocate elements. We already have recover all and surge. It's probably gonna be fine as it is. She doesn't have anything like that, but maybe that's maybe just a good opportunity to try and fix it. Like, what about heal all? Give her heal all instead of push pressure. Is there anything else at all that I can use that's like good for healing everyone? Should I give that to her or should I give that to the other guy, actually? I mean, there isn't... I didn't trade that for a red attack, did I? No, I didn't. Tablets. I mean, I could use tablets, but apparently they really are not going to do much of anything to restore energy in battle, at least. I don't think any other of the stuff that I can use. That's restore HP medium. Maybe I could use this actually. I think what I'm gonna do actually is place heal all with tablet, I guess, or not tablet, but capsule. Which no, it has to be level 3. So I guess I'll put that one here, and I'll replace this with weaken if I can. Which I can, and then replace one of these guys' attacks with heal. Ice Lance. Let's try it like this. I don't really know what else to do, but just, I guess, try to keep everyone's HP high enough that we'll at least be able to survive the party wipe attack. I don't think this boss is quite up to fucking Bloodbane levels. Another PS1 JRPG boss fight that I've done on stream that I've come to absolutely despise, but it's certainly starting to feel that way. With how innately ridiculous it feels. Alright, I guess we're also gonna completely ignore the turn red thing. Doesn't seem like a good idea at all. Seems like a kind of a way to make this dude be stronger against the attacks that we can throw at him. That should not have happened. That also should not have happened. Let's hit it with something. Let's hit it with let's hit it with the low level stuff first, probably a good idea. This is not gonna do a lot of damage regardless, so I might as well try and make room for the stuff here. It's gotta come later. Especially with her, I would think. Mammal Bomb. We can... I don't think this thing is even using any attacks that aren't elemental, so... I don't know how much of a difference Weaken is really gonna make. Unfortunately. Sure would be nice if this dude didn't freeze him. But of course he's frozen, so... Of course. I didn't even get the cure for freeze this time, so that's an option at all. Oh well. Not about a quarter of its health gone, but even so. See if I can do like the level 3 or level 5 attack now. Your red pin. 2 instead of 3 because I really don't think this guy's gonna give us a chance to do that properly. Okay, so I think that's about half of its health gone, but now it's gonna do this stupid cheese attack. And it's gonna do even more damage this time because it's not even like the most favorable look. So hold on. Should be able to do some heals now though. Let's do heal. We can at least keep ourselves alive. 114, 114, yada yada. Okay. I think we're gonna be able to survive at least one more of that attack, so now's the time to start trying to hit it harder. I think it's about half dead if I'm not very much mistaken, like I said, so... Just try to see how much we can, fuck's sake, pull off. Of course. Oh, here he goes again. I think I can still try to keep us alive with the heal that Surge has, but... She's gonna have to come first, so if it decides to do an attack one more time between now and when Surge is able to build up his elemental thing again and just be able to do anything again, really. We're dead. Let's do Fire Pillar just for the sake of doing something. 162, okay. Guess I'm gonna try to keep this guy alive at least. Yeah, that's pretty much all that he can do, so... Or maybe Surge. I mean, let's try to do it with Surge. I feel like he might be... You know, in very technical terms, a slightly higher possibility. Well, yeah, if we survive this, maybe we'll be able to do something, but there's absolutely no guarantee that that will happen. I would say that it is negatively... We have 9 HP left, and everybody else is dead, so... That was literally worthless. And that missed, so that is also worthless. I guess we can try recover roll for all the fucking good that's gonna do. Gooey goo. Well, at least it's an iceberg, so... At least that didn't do jack shit for all the difference that's gonna make. Take in. This might kill him, I don't know. Don't think it's going to, but it might. I mean, it doesn't help that the fucking... Yeah, okay. I'll survive with 8 HP or something? Yep, 8 HP. Doesn't help that it's got all those fucking extra element stuff. Strengthening it even more, but... I guess we're gonna try Luminaire. I mean, it's about the only thing that I do that I have right now that might have a ghost of a chance of doing enough damage to get to the threshold for this guy, but still don't think it's gonna happen. To the point where if it hits me with literally anything, I'm gonna die, and it's still alive, so it's... Okay, never mind. We lost everything, but that's apparently what's gonna have to happen to kill this stupid thing. I really hated that boss. Oh, look at that. We're also quite close to death, which sucks. And I'm pretty sure that we're, still in a very regardable state. I think there's definitely one thing that I might be able to do to exploit to try and get myself back into not completely regardable shape, but I have no idea if it's gonna work out for me or not. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, out of this whole area, I feel like that blob boss was the only thing that was just straight up a catastrophe. Anything else that was in here felt at least manageable, but I don't know if that's something that I should technically hold on to as something to be optimistic about in the near future. But I think something that I can do to try and get myself back in not completely terrible shape is come over here. I guess go east. I'm pretty sure we want to go to the... Actually, no, I think we want to go south. Do we want to go south? We want to go in the left side of... Remember, it's either the left side or the side that's below. That leads to us being right next to the red triangle thing, the red, like, fake save point looking thing. I think it's this one, actually. And if I read this properly, your body seems to be brimming with energy. Did it actually heal us? Okay, that does. Okay, so that is a free heal. So we don't have to use any consumables or do a very risky encounter just to be able to heal up at least. Which is kind of nice. Also, I have no idea if there's... I don't think there's like anything like the tent or shelter item in Chrono Trigger that you could use to completely heal yourself at save points, or in a way to, if those items even exist in this game, in a way to farm them indefinitely and in a very convenient fashion like in Chrono Trigger, so... let's just save over this one again. And see what happens next. I mean, we've come this far. And now we're gonna be attacked by one of those ceramic sun carvings that you see on, like, people's doorways sometimes. Son of a gun. Oh, it's an actual white element, monster. But we better try to attack hitting it with anything that Surge would have as a strong attack. Except would be, I suppose, completely counterintuitive. Does he have any stuff that's black element? No, I guess that would make sense for him. I'd say that would make sense for him, even though that would just really make him more so. And the other party members that I have right now would have other stuff. Would have certain allocated elements that are the opposite of what their innate element is, just for the sake of versatility. Okay, that didn't do shit. This guy also gonna have some kind of dumb shtick. Well, as long as he's not gonna end up just fucking demolishing us completely. every other turn like the last boss did. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. What about if we try to hit this guy with, I don't know, green element or red element? I think he just hit me with red element actually, so that's probably not a great idea. Or green element, pretty much anything at all doesn't seem to be doing any much damage to him whatsoever. Okay, this is happening. That's apparently doing nothing. Mode change. Oh, is this gonna be like a fucking barrier shift boss, like fucking, I don't know, high new Final Fantasy or something? We still got innate white elements, so I guess that part didn't change. What happens if I try to hit him with blue? Might as well try it. And let's not do hook and sinker right away. Let's do I don't know, headbutt. Yeah, still not really doing much of anything. How about yellow? I don't know. Did he use a yellow attack? I feel like no, I think he used a red attack, not a yellow attack. I think I've tried every element and they've all seem to be equally ineffective against this thing. I don't really know what I'm expected to do at this point. Maybe it's just like something that doesn't have a whole lot of health, but that it's gonna take a while to die, regardless, because it has stupidly high defense. Maybe that's like the shtick here. What if I try Pilfer? Stole one screw, right. Let's try to, I don't know, build up red again. That might be a good bet at least. Oh Jesus. Well, a certain game that came out a couple of years before this might have inspired these types of animations. And now it's back to the other mode. Does it only have 2 modes, or oh god, it's like full fucking white. That's not great. Yes, let's try Hilo. Let's just do any elemental stuff at all to make it not be full white. Don't think we want it to favor the enemy that much. What the hell? Literally can't attack, even though I have 1 stamina. Guess I'm gonna have Surge defend if you can't attack. And you can hit it with the level 2 stamina thing. Let's really go for it. And of course this thing has like some kind of combo hit. I just hit it with this, fuck it. It's gonna be directed against Surge, at least, who is... oh, he's gonna be using 2 attacks in a row too, which does not help at all. This might actually kill Korcha, which would suck. Yeah, it definitely did suck. I could use that recover all, but that would only help out the enemy here, I think, so... this will use something else, like, I don't know, Cure +2. Seems Cure +2 on myself, technically. I'm the one who has more to gain from this cure in terms of potential happenings. I don't know. shit, I didn't actually get to attack with 3 things there. I'd have at least a little bit left over, but... Oh, hey, Dr. Girlfriend, thank you for subbing for 3 months or a 3-month streak. I must be blind because I must have missed the previous times when that happened, but that's great that you're here. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, enjoy your Bob, which is the auto mode that we have right now, hopefully to be joined by others in the near future. Enjoy your noads and enjoy your increased channel points, which can be used for a few things around here, as you might find out. Well, Jay, welcome in, and welcome to my complete abject failure to try and figure out how to deal with the bosses in this part of the game, even though... I don't know, it feels like I was somehow able to more or less coast through the entirety of the game until I got to this part, and now everything's just kind of going down the pipes. I can at least try to do something. Well, that actually did, like, not complete garbage damage, but... I think that's pretty much the entire attack in this whole fight that I've been able to say that about. Oh no. What did I actually do? And furthermore, why is this fucking thing able to use 2 element shifting attacks in a row? Indeed, that's what that did. Not that I necessarily actually tells me what that did, but... I don't know, I think I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. Serge, are you able to do anything? No, he's not able to do anything. So I'm gonna have to defend. Don't really seem to have a choice. There's that wacky combo. Oh, sure, is the blind command not working? Should have done something. Hold on a sec, is this... Okay, I think I know what happened. Hold on, I need to restart this as well because of the stupid... Something really stupid that happened a while ago where... something moved very slightly and my computer thought that one of my hard drives had been disconnected completely, even though that couldn't be further from the truth. Let me see. Let me try that one more time. Because I'm gonna have to reset this bot process as a result of that. I'm also kind of surprised that that didn't end up crashing the whole stream with all the other stupid things that ended up causing the break. Let's see if it works now. Hopefully it does. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, basically what that means is that I have not played this game before. And while I would say that it is very much a variable statement what I'm about to say. I suppose what that means in a very blanket term kind of way is that I probably don't want help unless I say otherwise, but that unless I say otherwise is a lot more applicable in certain situations, such as right now, probably. Okay, well, Surge can move again. I gotta tell you, I'm stumped as to whether I'm doing anything right in this boss fight. Did it just do 3 elemental attacks in a row? It sure did. Or 3 elemental moves at least, I guess. In very broad strokes, you could say that it's debatable whether that counted as an attack, but still. I think that'll do. I don't know. In theory, I should be able to do revive and then recover all like right after, right? But in practice, it's gonna be different because of the whole stamina recharge thing. That's gonna have to come in between this and that. Black. What? Black element's temporarily unusable, but we don't even have any of those. It's a bit... I mean, that's probably the X factor about this fight. I had no idea that this guy was gonna be innate white elements, so I didn't bring any black elements. So that's gonna be a bit of a moot point as far as what we're able to do right now. I mean, what we probably should do right now, you know, in light of all this, is literally run away and actually bring back black elements in next time, but... I don't know, I feel like since I brought things this far, I would at least try to find out exactly how far they can go before I'm just completely overwhelmed. I get the feeling that if it ends up using like its Sephiroth Supernova attack again, at this point we're just gonna be completely demolished. I don't know, it might not be completely hopeless though. Let's try using Hook and Sinker and see what that does. So yeah, not a whole lot really. The lights. And mode change. I still not even sure exactly what the hell the mode changes do, but are any of us able to do? I think Korcha might have like a heal all that we can do, but unless I used that already and I forgot, which is also a very real possibility. But what the fuck? Okay, apparently, never mind. Apparently, we're not able to do anything. Just defend. Anti-black again. Anti-black seems like a waste of a turn for that guy, since we literally can't use that. So, in theory, that would be good news. But... yeah, does he have heal? Or did I use that already? I used that already. Okay, well, I guess we can still use regular heal at least. I guess I'll do that. Wait, what? Didn't use it on the boss, surely. Didn't use it on the boss, surely. I think I did. Okay, you know what? At this point, that's my cue to actually run away. Fuck it. Drop the stone boats. I forgot that I had even done it, but... I think I'm not only gonna run away, but oh well. Never mind. How many of these do I have? 41. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just not even leave. Just do that and change my load a little bit. I guess mostly for this guy, since there's no point to him actually. I guess we can catch Holy Light, but I have no idea if we can predict that, like when that's actually gonna be used. I guess we better just try it though. Let's put that there. Let's bring some Dark Element stuff and put them on, maybe not on him, maybe somebody else. On this guy, for example. Does he have any White Element stuff that he can use? No, mostly just Blue Element stuff, but it doesn't seem to do much of anything against this boss, so... it's a good stand to replace that. What do we have? That's Black Element. There's Blackout, which is removes black status effects. There's Hell Soul, which I think I might have tried that before and it didn't seem to be very effective. Gravity Blow, let's do 2 Gravity Blow. And remove this one too, another Gravity Blow. And remove this one too, but Hell Soul apparently can be only level 2. Maybe I should replace one of these with Hell Soul then, just to see if that does anything. This track, yeah, you know, as much as this area just kind of sucks overall, I feel like this track would probably be something that I would end up remembering. Do I have anything else? I have Graviton. Crushes foes with a super gravity field. Probably worth a try. Other than Health Soul and Gravity Blow, do we have anything else turn black? Which I don't think I'm gonna be needing for that fight, if my experience against that ice guy was any indication. What about you? Do we have anything that I would want to use? Or to change? I guess probably turn red. to switch out for one of these. Switch it out for health soul, and let's swap this one out for the other health soul. What else? I guess I probably should try to replace some of the stuff that Surge has, because I'm not going to be using freaking white element stuff in this fight. Okay, that's all black element stuff that I have, so let's see if that makes any kind of a difference now. Not really sure what else I could possibly rely on if this doesn't end up being it. I mean, some of the high-level red element stuff that I used seem to do at least a little bit of damage, so maybe that's what I should be aiming for. If I end up no longer able to rely on anything else, but not quite sure how much that's gonna end up being the case, right? I guess I could start with this. Set the trap for the Holy Light attack, which may or may not come at some point, and I mean, hopefully that just kind of stays there. If I understood what happened before correctly, that apparently makes the victim fatigue for that attack. And of course this guy's just gotta try to completely fill the field with that one color. I apparently succeed immediately. Let's try Health Soul, let's see what happens if we do this. Is this a binary effect attack or is it just an actual variable attack? Let's see. It missed. Well, I'm guessing that means that it is a binary effect attack, so it's not going to be effective overall. Magic defense temporarily decreased. Well, it's probably going to be gonna have the highest probability out of all the people in the party being fine. Even that white is his innate element, but well, let's try Gravity Blow, see what this does. It does 1 damage. Okay then. I have absolutely no idea what I actually am expected to do here then. And try to pilfer again. Get a screw, which is probably the same thing that we used before. I don't really need to heal yet, I don't think. Let's just pop Gravity Blow again. And maybe later down the line we can try to use Graviton. Maybe that will do more than 1 damage, which is probably what this will do again. 0 damage that time. Okay, never mind. Guess I made a mistake there. What can you do at this point? Shall I try to do Red Pin? I mean, this is one of the the high-level red attacks. Seemed like they were among the few that were able to actually do anything. If they're not too impressive. Can I do Graviton right now? No, I need like 1 more level to be able to do that. Well, I have plenty of opportunity to raise my element level right now, so what happens if we try to use Graviton? Is this also gonna be like a no effect kind of thing, even though... Yep, apparently it's a no effect kind of thing, even though it's literally the opposing element of what the enemy's element is. So, I don't know. Very confused by this boss fight. It seems very counterintuitive. Okay, now would probably be a good time to heal. Let's do heal. Well, what can you do at this point? I mean... we gotta try to... see if we can do anything with the rest of these red element attacks. For all the difference that's gonna make, that did literally 0 damage though. I always liked how this boss looked. I don't know, I feel like I have a certain predisposition against the appearance of this boss, simply because I grew up in a place where you would see a lot of like ceramic artwork of sons that looked pretty similar to this guy, and always thought they looked kind of tacky. Like the kind of thing that I would never get as decoration if it were up to me, but I don't know, maybe I have terrible taste. I'm literally doing 0 damage though. I am very, very confused about how this is meant to work. Like, it seemed like somehow the very first attempt that I had done of this fight a while ago was going better, and now it's not. I mean, maybe it's to do with like the different modes, but I still have no idea like what each of those modes means. The innate element doesn't change. Surely I'm not supposed to do like to actually pull a hind, like I said. I mean, I don't think I have any way of knowing like what the state of the boss is as far as weaknesses. I can't scan the boss or anything like that. What if I hit it with a green element attack right now? 1 damage. Black element temporarily unusable, well, for all the difference that would have made. I think it's like the Magus fight where he becomes immune to everything except a certain element. Yeah, I don't know what that element would be though, if that's the case. Like, at least in the Magus fight you... like, it's nice enough to show you what element it's gonna be vulnerable against. It doesn't really seem like it's doing that right now. Guess I can try to hit it with fucking weak magma bomb right now just to see if that does anything. We do have an element trap set, yeah, that doesn't do anything. But I don't know if it's gonna use that attack at all, so... What about blue? What if I hit it with a blue attack? Okay, that did something. Am I supposed to take notes? I mean... yeah, maybe it's that. So when it looks sad, maybe when it looks sad it's vulnerable to blue, and now it's vulnerable to something else when it's got like a... it looks kind of sad, but it's got the big gaping chin mouth. What about if I try to hit it with something red now? It takes 0 damage. What about if I try to hit it with something... I don't know, green, yellow? I don't even know what I have. I'm assuming that... what's it called? That red and blue don't do anything. Unfortunately, red and blue seem to be the only thing that I have right now that I can hit it with, so... oh well. Try to hit it with Health Soul now. I still don't understand what Health Soul is supposed to do. But apparently it just misses every time. Okay, so also try to figure out what different modes it has. Like this one where it just kind of looks like it's eye on something. I don't think it is the same kind of a sad face that it had before. What happens if I try to hit it with a red element now? Also looks like that it's as the kill with a low percent, well, I guess that would explain why it hasn't really done anything yet. Red doesn't do anything here either. I don't think this would be the same mode where it's vulnerable to blue. Could try to find out. Well, I assume that's how it works, I actually have no idea. What happens if I try to use Headbutt now? It does 7 damage, which is not nothing, but it's still like barely anything. It's pretty much the same as a regular elemental attack. What about green? Yes, she can use green. This Smasher does 2 damage, which again is not nothing, but it's also barely anything. And he can use a number of things too. I don't think it's gonna be a good idea to. What happens if I try to use Gravity Blow? When it looks like this. Is it gonna do 1 or 0 damage like every other time that I've used it? Yep. That's a yes. I'm not gonna use Holy Light, I was waiting for this I guess, but for all the difference that's gonna make now. Did I even get captured? I thought that would have gotten captured there. But I don't know if it worked or not, because we still got hit by that and I didn't see any message about it getting captured. Can you attack through the red element now? Let's go like this. Very clear display of teeth. This doesn't do anything? Okay. Maybe when it's got the teeth out, it's like vulnerable to red. Maybe that is actually the shtick. I'm gonna try this. No, that doesn't do anything when I hit it with them. I literally have no idea. I think that actually kind of confirms that theory, so I think in light of that, I think it's time for me to just kind of bite the bullet and figure out what the deal is here. Especially since Kate's dead. Let's see. Apparently the mode just changes like the attack pattern, not anything else. Okay. So I have... So here's the thing, I have a walkthrough pulled up in the background, in case I end up running at something like this, but it seems to be kind of useless because I think it expects me to be a lot stronger than I actually am right now. And I don't really understand how that could be. seem to be having any kind of an issue with dealing with bosses and what have you until literally this guy. Well, not literally this guy, until I got to this area and had to deal with this guy, but also the slime guy before him. So I guess trying to be optimistic about. Let's see what happens with this. Let's just confirm what happens with this. Oh, there it is. You know, shit gets real when the spell cutscene starts in space, yeah. It seems to have become a bit of a trend with certain meme attacks, starting with a certain game that might have come out a couple years before this one. We've seen this screen quite a bit in this area. I think that says a few things. Maybe I should look at a different one. For a boss guy, there's a couple. What happens if I look this up? What happens if I try to click on this but it doesn't work because the freaking... like the mouse wheel button on my mouse has been on the fritz lately. I'll at least take another look, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that I mentioned a while ago that maybe the... No, fuck. I don't want to load that one. That was a mistake. I wanted to load the one next to it. Guess I'm gonna have to reset one more time. Hold on. Let's do that. That was a mistake. But I did mention a while ago that if I wasn't able to do anything against the slime after a certain point, like that might be the time for me to give up temporarily and just try to figure something out. Figure something out in the interim, and that might be the point that I've gotten to, but with a different boss than what I was expecting it to. Well, let's do it one more time. Maybe. I'm pretty sure how much challenges will work, but I think you and I in our collision course. Well, I don't know. I mean, based on the fact that I was only able to do one... to get one mastery, I guess. I did say to myself that, in retrospect, Zelda was probably the easy masters for me to get out of all the ones that were available. And that probably still applies, even though it's pretty much probably the only one that I probably would have tried to go for. That was available, would have been Final Fantasy. Let's take a look. I mean, the black attacks that I equipped didn't really seem to do anything at all. Maybe I should replay Skyward Sword at some point in the near future to try and somehow reinforce that, but I don't know how much of a difference that would really make. I don't think I could get any kind of a stronger thing. Anti-blue. I just realized that anti-blue is a specific thing. It doesn't actually mean like a general thing, so it didn't really make any difference for me to equip these things on the characters. So I should just go back to the do what I had equipped before, sidescope, yeah. You know what, I guess I'm just gonna try to do level 3 attacks, I guess. Means that seem to be... Well, that and high level red element attacks sometimes seem to be the only thing that did anything against this guy. I'm gonna do one more attempt to beat it with only those things, or just at least focusing on those things, but if that doesn't work, then I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess that's gonna be my final hurrah, anyway. So nothing but level 3s, which are just gonna result in that. I suppose something else that I should have equipped was the trap for the Holy Light attack. Even if it didn't really seem like it did anything before, but oh well. I mean, 996 is probably more damage that we've done with any kind of the elemental attacks that we've been throwing out. During any of these attempts anyway, so... Did that actually miss? That didn't seem like it missed, but okay. And you know, it occurs to me that I think of the sort of latter day really Zelda games that aren't Breath of the Wild, I think Skyward Sword is actually literally the only one that I haven't played on this channel yet, so... Well, maybe I should do that at some point, just for the hell of it. Okay, maybe now would be a good time to save, though. Oh, no, I guess I won't... Or not save, but heal, rather, that's what I meant to say. Oh, there's Holy Lights. Too bad I can't catch it, because I bring the trap this time. I think... That almost completely annihilated us, so probably would have been a good idea to do that before. What do I mean? I think there's obviously very many Zelda games that I wouldn't just look at them and go, yeah, I would totally be able to play this whole thing on here. I like this enough that I would definitely want to do this. Or even just do it by myself, like Minish Cap, which I replayed its entirety not very long ago, which probably also helped with actually trying to remember what Pulse of Wind sounded like. But there's only really a couple of times in my entire life that I've actually played that all the way through. I'm probably gonna have to do that again at some point in the future too, just so I can get the retro achievements thing for getting all the Kinstone fusions, because the last playthrough that I did not very long ago actually resulted in me getting all of them except one of them. Nobody said himself. There we go. And I wish I could figure out which one, but turns out that's pretty much the kind of thing that you want to keep a checklist for, or what have you. definitely has a lot of pretty cool remixes that I think go... Well, just remixes and just tunes in general, I think, that just kind of go forgotten sometimes, like... the remix of the rainy night at the beginning of Link to the Past that it has, when you're like climbing the mountain and you get to the dark brick veins. And a few other things. I guess we're literally just doing this time and again and hoping we don't die. But I mean, for all I know, this seems to be the most effective thing that we're... most effective tactic that we use so far. Let's not try to use this actually. Probably better if we try to use any element stuff. I might as well just have low level one. No, I don't think it's gonna do it. That's the thing. I don't think the low level ones do jack shit, so let's use Pilfer. At least this one isn't gonna be damage based. And get something quote unquote, and at least it'll change the field effect a little bit. But with all the others, just keep doing physicals. Seems to be literally the only way to do anything at this point. Oh shit, is it actually... have we actually gotten somewhere? I mean, we've been at this for a while on this run. Maybe that's just like the mode or what have you, or if it's actually gotten weakened somehow. I won't say that this is definitely a phase that it made on at least one of its modes, but still. I guess let's actually try this time. Let's see how it goes. Oh, 70. That actually was pretty good. As far as what we're able to accomplish in this fight, anyway. Okay, well, I'll tell you, this is just fucking bizarre. I wasn't expecting to get to a point where literally the tactic that you have to use to beat the boss is the exact opposite of what you would imagine, as far as thinking, no, you gotta think about this tactically, you gotta figure out which of these specializations is gonna be the more effective one. No, just brute force it to death and keep yourself alive. That's literally what you have to do. If you try anything else, you're gonna die. Or just not do anything. That is bizarre. Something different, even more different still. And there's yet another thing that we have to do to... oh god. Maybe we're gonna have to fight a black element boss next. But independently of what we're gonna have to fight next, I think that might be something that's better left off for the next time that I play this, since I didn't quite notice how much time had passed, but yeah, it's already past midnight and I've been doing this for a while, so that's typically my point where I try to count things off. And even though I don't think I'm quite as I've quite hit the same point of tiredness at this point, which is kind of strange, to be honest with you, as I had last night when I did stream last night. It's probably a good idea to go ahead and leave things out there. I'm also going to do a thing, just as insurance. I'm pretty sure that the way this RetroArch lets you do this, you can save state wherever you want, but you can't load states unless you turn off the... well, I can't directly access that menu from here, but And basically if you link this thing to retro achievements. Which why wouldn't you, I guess? You're gonna be playing on this thing, you might as well do that. There's some mode that you can turn on which disables loading state and like certain other things, which let you get a higher score for achievements, but if you can still save state, but you can't load state unless you disable that, so in theory that should still be a perfectly workable thing to have as insurance, but I don't think I've had any kind of a problem with the like actual hard saves in this so far anyway, so I'd imagine that would be no problem regardless, but I'm just kind of paranoid that it will turn into a problem when I end up on disc 2, which, based on a few things I've looked at so far, might happen a lot later on than I thought it might. I mean, it's also not like FF7, for example, where it has 3 discs, or any of the other 2 FF games on PS1, which have 4 discs. This one somehow only has 2, even though it came after all of those. But yeah, so we're going to be leaving things over now. Let me see what comes after this. This here, the last track that I played on my local stream playlist, which was the Portrait of Ruin track. And I said play this for a little bit, I guess, as I go to play things out. As I move on to the end of the screen here, the stream here, the end of the screen, which are all these words that I mixed up. Pretty indefinitely and pretty invariably, and pretty infallibly when it comes to an opportunity for me to mess up the pronunciation for any of those things, or just all of those things. But yeah, that's where we're gonna be doing things out for now. And as usual, I will try to continue to do streams as per my plans, and if I do stream tomorrow, I think, like I said, I'm gonna be trying to accomplish what I failed to accomplish today, as per my schedule, and actually try to start a little bit sooner so that I can end a little bit sooner too. But if I do start tomorrow, it's gonna be a little bit trickier too, because if I do stream tomorrow, which I probably will try to, it would be the first stream of Dead Rising that I do, since that was one of the things I got redeemed. With the channel points thing, and well, the other thing that got redeemed with channel points was for Topokeki, who I don't think I've seen around this week, so I probably want to make sure that that person's still around before I start playing the other thing that got redeemed, which was Yakuza 0, but I guess we'll figure that out when the time comes. But yeah, it's basically what's planned right now, and then more Chrono Cross on Thursday, by which point I suppose I probably will have made some kind of an effort to see just how badly I've been doing progression so far, that I'm just gonna be running into these brick walls at this point, but yeah. That is where we will be leaving things off for now, but before I head out entirely, let me take a quick look around to see if I can do a quick raid or something to that effect. See who's around right now, and I think one very distinct possibility that probably would be kind of a probably resonates with the flavor that we had towards the end of the stream here. I'm just gonna do it. There's no like special characters in this right now, there are not. He's our old friend Alex the Red, who is live right now and is apparently practicing speedruns for Metroid Zero Mission, 100% learning. And seems to have wrapped one of them up, but I'm not sure if that means that it's gonna be ending stream soon or what, but seems to still be around at any rate, so I'm just kinda hanging out, so we'll throw him a quick raid. As, what do you know, it's one of those other games that I was just talking about a while ago. Comes up real quick. And hopefully doesn't end up raising the ire of any of these Scaradic copyright robots. I feel like I always feel particularly worried about that whenever F9 specifically comes up, but yeah. Gonna be throwing a quick line at Alex the Red, and probably gonna be coming back tomorrow and Thursday. With some Dead Rising and some more Chrono Cross, so keep tuned for that maybe. And as I always say at the end, you'll take it easy. Thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting. Hope it's great whenever people chat, and I will see you later.